great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's start your morning with the headlines today. Equity market sees melt deep as focus shift to MPC outcome. Court heard NIBBS suit seeking exclusive power to manage BBN database. Lagos to enforce full ban of single-use plastics from July. Spanish Prime Minister calls for Israel ban at Eurovision. Flying Eagles pocket 192 million naira for under-20 Afghan bronze. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the equities market opened the new week slightly in red as investors' focus shifted to the outcome of the ongoing Monetary Policy Committee meeting. According to reports, analysts are leaning toward hold as MPC decides on the benchmark interest rate after its 300th meeting holding in Abuja from May 19th to 20th. At the close of trading, the Nigeria Exchange Limited all-share index and market capitalization decreased from preceding trading days highs of 109,710 points at 68.9 trillion respectively to 109,697 and 68.9 trillion. Moving on, the Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday, 19th of May, has fixed 26th of May to hear a suit filed by the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System against the Central Bank of Nigeria and others. NIBSS in the suit is seeking an order to prevent any institution from challenging the statutory authority to maintain and manage the bank verification number database in Nigeria. Judge James Omotosho fixed the date after dismissing an application for joinder filed by Data Privacy Lawyers Association. Still on, the Lagos State government will begin the full enforcement of its ban on single-use plastics on July 1, 2025. Officials said this move is necessary to safeguard the environment and ensure a sustainable future for the megacity. Lagos Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources Tokunbo Wahab announced this ban on Monday, confirming that the state is now set to fully implement its following an 18-month stakeholder engagement process with manufacturers and distributors. The commissioner added that the state has approached the policy with deliberation and fairness, insisting that the enforcement will not be symbolic but will also involve measurable compliance and consequences for violators. Now, to end the local news, more than 34,000 Nigerians have officially become citizens of the United States through naturalization between 2020 and 2022. This was revealed in a report released by the United States Department of Homeland Security, ranking Nigeria among the top 20 countries of birth for newly naturalized Americans during the period, placing it 15th overall. Each applicant's personal details, including country of birth, date of birth, marital status, gender, and state of residence, are also captured in the application process. Reports reveal that following this process, individuals now enjoy nearly all the rights and responsibilities that come with being a citizen by birth, including the right to vote and access to federal benefit. And on the foreign scene, the Spanish Prime Minister has called for Israel's ban from the Eurovision Song Contest over its military action in Gaza. Pedro Sanchez revealed that Russia has been banned from the contest since 2022 following the invasion of Ukraine, insisting that there should not be double standards. Israel came second in the contest grand final in Switzerland on Saturday, but topped the public vote, with Spanish viewers giving Israel the maximum 12 points. Sanchez, however, expressed solidarity with the people of Palestine who are experiencing the injustice of war and bombardment. Also, United States President Donald Trump has revealed that Russia and Ukraine would immediately start ceasefire talks after he spoke with Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin on Monday. According to report, the Kremlin leader, however, fell short of agreeing to the unconditional truce proposed by Washington. Putin says he was ready to work with Kyiv on a memorandum towards a possible peace deal after the call, but insisted that more compromises were necessary to end the war Moscow launched in February 2022. Trump painted a more upbeat picture of the situation after the 2-hour call, desperately seeking a deal to end a grinding conflict which he had promised on the election trail to solve within 24 hours. And now to sport, Nigeria's Flying Eagles will return home from the Under-20 Africa Cup of Nations in Egypt with a cash prize of $120,000, approximately 192 million naira, after finishing third at the tournament, and this is according to Soconet NG reports. The 7-time African champions sealed the bronze medal in dramatic fashion, edging out host Egypt 4-1 on penalties following a 1-1 draw in regulation time. Despite the setback, Nigeria capped off the campaign with a third-place finish, earning $120,000, which is 192 million naira, from the Confederation of Africa Football for their effort. The win, however, will not only earn South Africa the trophy, but also the tournament's top cash prize of $200,000. Now, to end the news, head coach Francesco Farioli has left Ajax in the wake of an end-of-season collapse that cost the team the Eredivisie title. Ajax were top of the Dutch top flight with a 9-point lead with 7 games to go, but ended up finishing a point behind champions PSV Eindhoven on Sunday. The 36-year-old Italian leaves after one season, having joined the club on a 3-year contract last summer. Ajax technical director Alex Kurz says despite missing out on the title, the club qualified for the Champions League under Farioli, finding his departure incredibly disappointing. All that does it this morning on the Bdtv Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. I am Bdtv.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the Bdtv Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation, and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
I will never forget, it was 11:28 a.m. on the 28th of December 2016 that my phone rang, and it was her husband. And he said to me, "I'm so sorry, Shirley has passed." And I just screamed. I'm sure till today, the walls of my office building can still remember me screaming. I was in shock. Despair is where your grief has no purpose.
Right, exactly.
That's what despair, and that's what people tend to fall into when they can't try and figure out what to do with that pain. So God always finds a way for us to make meaning out of it. But grieving a loved one is a forever journey. That healing journey is a forever journey. And what I've found out that it doesn't ever go away, just that the intensity of how you feel just changes over time. Sometimes it actually comes back in full force again, but sometimes not. It depends also on how you're led to process the grief. Yes, I would love Shirley back. Yes, I tell God all the time that take this foundation, give me back my sister. But since you're suffering and that can't happen, then thank you for what you're allowing me to do in her honor, because it has transformed even my life. People always say, oh, it's good, it's better to teach people how to fish than to give them the fish. My school of thought is that, who are you teaching if they're hungry?
Right.
Let's feed them. When they're full, then they can come to you and you can then teach them how to fish.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
Business Day Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as I say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Uyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. but you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you will know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that priority incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you will start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. And oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
The roundtable was able to address public perception to taxes and strategies being set up to spread awareness about tax bills and incentives for the grassroots. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the Bdtv Breakfast Show. Now we are set to see what we have on the front pages of the newspaper this morning. I'm not doing it alone. I'm doing it alongside Mohammed Akonji, our very own in-house analyst, as well as Mr. Joshua Bassi, our very own TV director.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to the show.
Good morning,
Elizabeth. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Mr.
Yeah,
Bassi.
good morning,
See
Mohammed.
you.
Very well.
Did you have a good sleep?
Oh, I did. Sure.
I did.
Thank you very much.
I did, yeah.
And yours too. You had a good one.
It was short, we have to do what we have to do.
And
We're
then
here again.
get it to for another day.
We're ready to
to fire.
fire down. Let's see what we
Thank you
have
very
on
much
the
for
front
having
pages
us.
this morning. You're welcome. Let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper, we see that story right there. It says microfinance banks trade off MSMEs in pursuit of returns. That's the big story on the Business Day paper this morning. That's a very interesting story. Another story here says Nigeria's soybeans seen gaining from China's import shift. And that's the story by Faith Donatus. And then there's another story here. It says Nigeria's Q1 gas flaring hits 5-year high despite outcry. That's alarming. And then it says losses reach $345.9 million. Those are the big stories on the Business Day paper this morning. But let's start by talking about the first story, talking about Nigeria's Q1 gas flaring hitting 5-year high despite outcry. I mean, people have been complaining about it. There's been an outcry for years now, year in, year out. There is conversations around gas flaring, and now we're seeing in 2025 Q1 we're reaching a 5-year high. Does it mean that nothing is changing?
Perhaps, because perhaps that is what explains the recent environmental and commercial organization concern that have actually been put out there. Because just like you read, I think this is actually the highest in 5 years. Despite government efforts and things that are actually put in place to ensure that we're able to manage the level of gases that we're actually flaring. And the implication of this can actually be dire, as I said, both environmental and commercial, because in terms of money being lost, it runs to billions of dollars for those gases that actually flared, apart from the environmental damage, that something like that could have caused. I think the report from the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency show that we lost about $349.5 million to this flaring alone, for this particular one that happened. Relative to, but now compare it to what has happened in the last 5 years, it is quite monumental and quite huge. And perhaps something needed to be done in that regard.
Something definitely needs to be
because
done.
so we have this agency that's the NOSDRA, who is actually in charge of checking the level of spillage, the level of flaring, and other environmental hazards that oil exploration or oil prospect could cause. Perhaps something needed to actually be done about them, and then checking most of all these, oil explorers, or some of these big multinational oil corporations who are actually flaring these gases. And the question has actually been that there could be other alternatives, there could be other uses for these gases, because more or less like you're just wasting it away. And then people will be looking at, gases that you're being flared. You're talking about natural gas that's been flared. What this could actually be translated into, for example, it could actually be used for domestic uses. There are industrial uses for all these that could actually be gotten from there. And so perhaps the NOSDRA itself, which is the agency in charge of checking, yes, they released the statistics. And one of the things they actually mentioned there was measures that are being put in place to ensure that such will be forestalled. But they've recorded some gains in the last 3-4 years, but it appears that there is actually a return to those early days of incessant gas flaring, amounts being lost to it, damages being caused to the environment, and other things.
Let me bring in Mr. Bassi here on the conversation around microfinance banks trade off MSMEs in pursuit of returns. I wonder if you have some contribution to that story.
Yeah, thanks, Elizabeth. When I read this story, I was a kind of mixed feeling, because if you know why the microfinance bank was set up in the first place, they were to support small and medium-scale businesses. Unfortunately, microfinance bank are now abandoning the
core function.
Core function to
now
in pursuit of profit. But of course, again, you can't really blame them. They're in business to make profit, business to prosper. So they found alternative where they can make more money. And so at the end of the day, it is the small and medium scale enterprises that were supposed to be the main beneficiaries of lending from microfinance banks that are now suffering. And it's unfortunate, really, because if you look at our economy, we have so many of these small and medium scale enterprises, and truly and really, they are actually the major employers of labor, especially at a lower scale,
small scale level, like
small scale level, and there are millions of Nigerians that small and medium scale enterprises that employ, so to keep the economy running. And then they need lending, they need funding to be able to keep economy running the way they do. Unfortunately, that we now see a microfinance bank that we're supposed to support them now moving to deposit functions, banking institution, rather than the lending to those that were primarily set up to lend to. It's unfortunate, but like I said, the microfinance bank themselves are in business, so they are looking for where they can make more profit. But at the end of the day, it is the small and medium scale enterprises that are suffering. And the fact that the small and medium scale enterprises are suffering also means that the economy is suffering. And
just to be able to add to that, so I think they also complain about exposure to risk anyway. The shifting priorities now was, in fact, one of the operators actually be able to speak to our journalists, mention things around, the risk level when it comes to MSMEs. A lot of them did not be able to survive up to 5 years. So that gave them the impetus to say, what are, safe assets that they can be able to engage in. And that's why they shifted their priorities from, just like you said, support structures to actually giving out loans, just like what commercial banks are doing. And central bank needed to be able to check that, because their core function, their primary objective was not that. But they tended to be able to move to that because of, harsh economic climate and the level of risk exposure that they're trying to mitigate, and they're looking for safer assets that they can invest in and that can be able to give more returns.
But talking about risk exposure, I mean, they also have a responsibility. I'm talking about a microfinance bank here to guide the small and medium scale enterprises. Guide them as to the right kind of investment to make to avoid this high risk of failure. I'm talking about it. So I think they should do that. I mean, it's not just about lending to them. You lend to them, but you also
monitor what they're actually doing.
Also monitor, guide them, and see what they're also
evaluation
to avoid them.
But just like it's more or less like just trying to be able to take advantage of. Just trying to be able to play safe. Perhaps I agree with what Mr. Bassi said, because that's what a lot of them are now looking at. When the report from CBN Jitita just released was what actually be able to give us how they are shifting away from that core function to depository functions. Collecting deposits, give out loans, just like what typical commercial banks are not doing. But of course, it is just trying to be able to play safe and see, if the money we are giving to these people, the returns and the risk exposure is actually on a very high level. But that is also going to actually, just like you said, could be very, very negatively impacting on the economy.
Exactly.
I need us to move away from that story and just go to the last story on the Business Day paper very quickly. So we're seeing that Nigeria's soybeans is seen gaining from China's import shift, and I know this is on the back of the trade wars and all of that. So what does this really mean for Nigeria now?
Oh yes, just like the other important sectors that we'll be able to talk, other important products that are actually able to gain important tractions, and the Ministry of Trade and Investment was actually mentioning things that they're actually putting in place to ensure that these products are actually becoming so attractive, especially whether it's primary product or as final output. And then we see these here. So the report from Promotion Council reviewed the attraction of our soya beans. Remember, most of these are also inputs into important products as well that are produced in China, just like you to cite example in European countries and in other places as well, where they actually an important source, of inputs into output exactly that we eventually produce. And I think this is actually a very good thing as well to be able to see in terms of some of our products actually be able to get the important attractions that we actually needed.
All right, and let's move to the Punch newspaper this morning. The front page of the Punch newspaper, the biggest story here says Tinubu's 2027 bid. APC courts opposition governors with high stakes offers. It says governors offered ministerial appointments, return tickets to nominate successors, NAS members and others. And again, still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, it says UTME receipts Jam to release results of 379,000 candidates on Wednesday. That's tomorrow. And then on the top left-hand side of the Punch paper this morning, it says marketers import 436 billion naira petrol amid row with Dangote. Again, it says global health at risk as funding crisis hits WHO. And then going on the top right-hand corner of the Punch paper this morning, it says OPS presses for rate cut as MPC convenes today, which is Tuesday. And then 120 Lagos internet suspects, 120 suspected Lagos internet fraudsters to face trial. He says Ibadan Ogbomosho monarchs reject Alaafin as permanent council chair. And then on page 5 it says Nigerian teenagers caught recovered from Ireland River. That's tragic, very tragic story there. And then on page 22 says Oyebanji's second term endorsement divides Ekiti APC. Look, when we're talking about all of these political wars and defections and all of that, I find it really dramatic. Right here in Nigeria, there's so much drama going on. But let's start off by talking about the court opposition governors with high stakes.
Of course. I mean, that's the banner headline in the Punch today. Yeah. And that is actually be able to point us towards 2027, that the race has actually begun. In fact, the report here, mentioned some of the important high stake offers that the APC is actually dangling in front of the governors. We've seen the case of, the mass movement in Delta. One of the things that was actually reported by Punch was that the NSA, National Security Advisor, was in fact in Adamawa State over the weekend to meet with the governor. Remember, that is the home of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, the former vice president, who is also a very strong contender that's expected to also be able to participate in the election. And that there were meetings that he had. He had a particular meeting with him, out of the public side meeting, behind the closed door meeting that the NSA had with Alhaji Amadu Fintiri, the governor of Adamawa State. And then, tongues have been wagging, rumors have been swelling that is he likely going to be the next in line to be able to join the APC. The same thing applies to Akwa Ibom State. You just heard about what the Akwa Ibom State governor mentioned over the weekend, and then the former Akwa Ibom governor, Udom Emmanuel, mentioning something around, when the former ex-PDP governors and the current governors actually met at their meeting 2 weeks ago, and they asked the ex-governor, why is the current governor not here? And it's almost a done deal that the governor has almost switched camp to APC. But the question there was like, what is actually the APC dangling in front of these governors? And three things also they mentioned. For governors who are just spending their first term, they said there was a promise that they will give them automatic ticket for second term. Those that have their second term will have the chance to actually be able to run for Senate unchallenged. Those that are ex-governors, they promise them ministerial positions, as well as having a say over who become the senators and House of Reps in their states. These are some of what political watchers and political analysts have actually been mentioning as the offers that they have been dangling in the presence of most of these governors to ensure they're able to attract them. And we are seeing the way they are moving in droves into APC. And that has brought to question again, are we drifting towards another one-party state? Maybe not literally, of course. INEC do not allow, our law does not allow a one-party state. But in practice, the thing we're able to see there, it appears that most of all the opposition parties, PDP, Labour Party, NNPP, appear to have been weakened, right? And then you see so now, report also flares about Kwakwanso likely going to join. He came out yesterday to say, no, I'm not joining APC, I'm still NNPP. The governor is, because you see the APC chairman always going to Kano State, win. The only state that belong to an MPP. And then we've seen Wike as well. Who even said he would not going to contest anyway. He has said he's not going to contest against the president, even though he's waiting for where the PDP will likely be able to zone. And so these are some of the high stakes games, the political gambit that's actually going around, within the APC and the PDP and
Netflix at this point.
Of course, but don't forget. So INEC could not be able to hold those, of course. It's still next year, but a whole lot of permutations are going on.
Let's talk about another story. I know this one really interests Mr. Bassi. We're talking about UTME, Restate, and JAM to release results of 379,000 candidates on Wednesday. Are we looking forward to something more positive this time around, or something?
Okay, Elizabeth, just before I, talk about the UTME story, let me just say something that I think is of interest to many people, that should be of interest to many people out there. The point really is that if you look at the story, this story on Punch today, APC in the wing, other opposition. It speaks to one thing, really, that in Nigeria, unfortunately, there is no political ideology. Whether you're talking about APC, PDP, NNPP, Labour Party, and what have you, there's just no political ideology. Nothing distinguishes one party from another. Unlike what we used to have when I was young in the 80s and I saw what the likes of Awo, Ziggy were and the rest of them were doing. So you could clearly say this is what UPN stand for. This is what NPN stand for. GNPP. So those things were very clear. Unfortunately, as it is today, we don't have that distinction. So we have politicians too who are just after their belly and constantly craving to be in government. That's all. So it is easier for APC to woo them because, of course, you can be APC in the morning and then you can be PDP in the night. So there's no line. So I'm not surprised, and that of course they will accept. They will be able to. We've seen what, like Muhammad said, we've seen what is happening in Akwa Ibom, we've seen what has happened in Delta, and we are seeing more. And again, let me also make this point just before we move. The National Security Advisor, unfortunately, has become a full-blown politician. And that position is not supposed to be so political. I am not surprised, really, that we are having high rate of insecurity because the man is not concentrating to do that job of National Security Advisor, and which is why I've heard a lot of people saying, look, do away with this man and appoint someone who will be focused on the job of security and not playing politics around. Today is in Adamawa, tomorrow is APM, Tinubu gain, all of those things. So really, I just wanted to just add that before we move. Then going back to UTME, well, it's so exciting really because you saw what happened when the technical glitch and how over 300,000 students, fail also to say because of course we saw how the JAM registrar, Professor Loyede came on tears and all of that. So well, we just thank God that they were able to reschedule some of these students to write this, and we're truly looking forward to the result coming out. I hope and I want to believe that by tomorrow, by the time they release the result of the student who went back to write, that will be better than what we saw when they first wrote, and that the parents parents and even the students will have that relief. Unfortunately, because of what happened, we lost a life. We lost a young lady of 19-year-old who committed suicide in Lagos. Now, so rest in peace. Quite unfortunate, but I think that JAM has been able to show that they can, can make amends. They have accepted their mistake and they've apologized, and so we can just move on. Looking forward to JAM continuing reviewing its processes, so we don't improve on it, so we don't have the kind of thing that we had when the first week JAM or what happened here. Exactly. Of course,
we don't really want to
exactly. So
let's talk about this story that I find really disturbing. It says global health at risk as funding crisis hits World Health Organization. I think that's really, stories like this.
Yeah,
I just think about the third world countries. I just think about how
it's going to impact them.
Yes, they'll be the most affected in crisis like this. So I don't know what this really means when we talk about funding crisis.
Cuts, it's in WHO, and because I mean it's been on the back of Donald Trump's funding freeze and funding cuts. And it's not only them. We've heard about USAID. In fact, most of the offices in developing countries, including Nigeria, have actually been affected. People have lost their jobs. And then it cut across even other parts of the world. I think I was watching the BBC yesterday on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. There's a renewed attack, an expanded military operation of Israel. And they were saying, in fact, WHO, most of all those things that they tend to be able to use to mobilize resources there, they couldn't do it. Partly because of the ongoing war, but also more importantly because of the funding freeze. There are certain things, resources that they get that allow them to be able to, negotiate with government, negotiate with the people, and allow, aids and other things to be able to move. So this is definitely not connected to Trump, just like we said. And then he has about 65 to 70% of US ITETO funding aid scheme that they have actually been cut. And then WHO, remember, he has also been able to pull out of WHO. He put US also out of the Paris Climate Accord. These are things that he has pulled out the USA from, where the US have actually been the major funders, right? Now he's threatening NATO as well, that if other countries did not be able to contribute that 2% of their budget to security, he will withdraw US also from there. And the man has actually been there and he's not apologetic about it. We have all seen it, that this is what I'm going to do, this is what my people voted me for. But most of us organizations, just like you said, developing countries, emerging economies are always at the receiving hand. Yes. Because they tend to be able to get some of these aids, some of these fundings come from these agencies, things about malaria, things about HIV. We rely, for quite a whole lot of them, especially on from funding from WHO. Nigeria may not be heavily impacted, but if you go to Southern Africa and Eastern Africa, they have been heavily impacted by this cut. And that has actually been a very serious challenge. And the way it is now, Trump is not appearing to be able to double down. He's doubling down on that position. He doesn't appear to be able to change his position and say, okay, yeah, initially it was 90 days, but in fact it has been extended as well. The freeze.
The question I actually want to ask, okay. I hear your point, but the question I want to ask is, what then is the way forward, the way out for countries that are depending on
so much on this? So that means you have to look inward,
exactly,
and see, because which is Nigeria will do something in that regard. I mean, by launching, when the one we actually be able to, the presidential emergency fund that we actually be able to get for our HIV/AIDS and malaria at the time when it was stopped, we need to be able to look inward and so I can be able to raise our health budget, allocations to health and allocations to some of these specific health projects. That's what countries have to be able to look at this moment. Even though, yes, there are revenue challenges, there are budgetary challenges that countries are facing, but you needed to be able to look inward. The man has said the era that US has actually become Father Christmas to the world will stop. And it doesn't appear, don't forget, it's not even up to 1 year in his administration, which is maybe just about 4 or 5 months into the second term of Trump. And I'm still sure he's still going to be able to come up with a whole lot of, a lot of it can be head-spinning policies that would definitely be able to. So just like you said, he has been able to. He froze this further, and he's still insisting that US will not make those contributions to WHO, at least for the time being.
The thing with Trump is you just never know
what can happen with him.
But I need Mr. Bassi to speak on this story on marketers import 436 billion naira petrol amid row with Dangote. What does this mean for our economy? What does this mean for Dangote, the marketers, and the consumers?
The consumers themselves. Okay.
Yeah, since the Dangote in the refinery came on stream, it's been back and forth with marketers, and of course, it's all about business interests. The refinery is working, it's producing. But of course, the marketers are, it's just a case of being afraid that, look, if we allow this man to just do this all alone, so this man will run us out of business. That's basically so. But I've always, said this, and this about me really, that if we now have a refinery that is now producing, and from the statistics we are getting, look, this refinery can very well, take care of our domestic, needs as far as petrol consumption is concerned. I really don't see any reason for this continued importation of the petrol, if you ask me. But of course, some will argue that, of course, you need to continue to import so that you don't create a monopoly out of Dangote, because look, if we allowed only Dangote to supply, then we might just raise the price of it's such that we may not be able to, people may not be able to buy. So to that extent, there's need for some level of balancing. So you import, of course, you produce. Though even though I would have loved that that competition should be just among local producers, not that we import petrol and then to compete with someone who is producing locally. That's what I would have loved to see. But be it as it may, they're importing, but how does this then affect consumers? Is the fact that with the marketers importing, there will be some kind of a competition such that we'll be seeing Dangote from time to time reducing the price of petrol, because of course he also knows that these guys are bringing in, and it does seems to me that bringing in is like maybe cheaper So Dangote understand that if he doesn't, from time to time reduce the price, this guy may bring in cheap product, and then of course people might gravitate to, the imported. So to that extent, it's helping to create some level of balancing, so that consumers like you and me, we are happy, so let them compete so that we can, buy petrol at a price that is a bit stable. So that people can, because really things are not smelling at all. So a lot of.
So because in fact the landing cost now, of course, but
so it's also
them
good
now,
for
the landing cost is about 878 naira. Dangote is doing 863. Okay, which is still good for business. Because I know 2 weeks ago he was at one of the forum, and that was where he complained about the oil cabals trying to be able to stifle him out of business because of this importation. Just like Mr. Bassi said, it seems like just the need for balance and the need for that competition to actually be there. But I think the problem will also be NNPC, the worry and the Port Harcourt refinery. Of course, for now, I think they say it's going back to another routine maintenance again. In fact, Worry has not even done anything. So they need to be able to do that to ensure that local production can also be heavily ramped up. And that can actually allow us to actually be able to get the petrol.
I think the way it is now, the NNPC is completely out of the equation now as far as the petrol supply is concerned in Nigeria, because they told us that Port Harcourt was refining, but of course 40% for now.
Worry started November to
nothing is happening right now, so it's just between Dangote and importers. That's all.
So when you say that
it's quite unfortunate.
We have to go, but when you say that NNPC is completely out of the equation and all of that, I would like you to now shed more light, because I know that there's a project that is ongoing now, the coal mining project, which I know that they are also very invested in. So what does that mean in the grand scheme of things?
No, what they're doing with the coal mining is that there's still, they're still searching. They say that's it. They haven't started actual exploration, because they're still trying to see whether they have enough commercial quantity to be able to start producing. So nothing is happening right now. That's still that. In fact, at the point they stop, but the new group managing director of the NNP said they are going back to it. So they'll go back to continue to say whether they'll be able to find oil in the commercial quantity for them to be able to start exploration. So that's what I'm saying. It's a long-term project here.
A
long-term project. So that's
not going into the production.
I'm saying that the NNPC is completely out of the equation now, because Port Harcourt is not producing. Port Harcourt refinery is not producing. As well, Kaduna refinery, that one has been down for a very long time. Dangote and the marketers.
Okay, we have to go now, but very quickly, I want us to see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning. Now, on the big story on the Vanguard paper this morning says 2027, why I'm in coalition, and this is according to Peter Obi. Now, there's another story again on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning. It says hardship, mental health crisis looms, and this is according to family physicians. Now, Gen Zs will like this one because they're always talking about mental health. And then there's on the top side of the Vanguard paper, this one says capital market key to achieving 1 trillion naira economy. This is according to Wale Edun. Interesting. Now, Baba Ahmed returns, and another story on jam glitches, and then there's a story on Akpoti Uduaghan petitions IGP, wants Akpabio Sandra Duru investigated. Then there's another story on the bottom left-hand side of the Vanguard paper this morning. It says Tinubu can't afford renewed crisis in Ogoni by forceful oil resumption. This is according to Mosop. Now, Sani MBF disagree over cause of insecurity in northern Nigeria. Now, this case of insecurity has been ongoing for a while now. Nothing is happening. Many feared dead in Nyanya. Mararaba Road auto crash. Now that's another thing about moving on the road. You can't afford not everyone can afford to pay for flights, and then you have to go on the roads. Either you're talking about kidnaps, you're talking about road accident because of the bad roads. We can't even speak on it enough. Now there's another story now talking about bad roads and all of that. Keyamo says Our skies must be defined by open opportunities, not closed borders. That's a story there. There's another story here saying suspected rapist machetes 14-year-old girl to coma in Abia State. But I just want you to chime in real quick to the Akpoti Duangan petitions IGP and want Akpabio Sandra Duru investigated. I don't know if this is a story you've been following up on, but I know there are many people that have been saying that, no, look, at this point, maybe we're all talk, maybe she just all talk, we need evidences and all of that. So I wanted to chime into that conversation. Also, the conversation on mental health crisis looming. Mr. Bassi, this would be very important to you because, you know, your daughter is reaching about that age, so we're going to be seeing things like that. So I just want to hear your thoughts on this story.
Mental health issues, okay. Okay, yeah, it's quite concerning. I think that we need to, especially for the younger ones, we need to just see how we can guide them, talk to them, you know, get them closer. Right now, like I said earlier on, the economy is not smiling at all. There's so much to contend with, either whether you are a parent or whether, of course, but as adults, sometimes you are able to, you know, manage yourself and guide yourself through. But for the younger ones, I think this is a time for parents to pay closer attention to their children. Of course, you recall the issue of, we talk about the young lady of 19 who committed suicide. Who knows, perhaps, you know, so probably the thing spiral out of control. And so that's what I'm saying right now. Parents need to take a closer look at what it is that their children are doing and then guide them through, because this thing is on the rise. But for Akpoti Duagan, and I think that there truly should be investigation to a lot of these allegations. Shouldn't just leave.
Has any evidence been presented so far?
So the case is in court, actually. Yeah. So maybe let us be able to preempt the court. The court will hear the case again. I think there's the one by the Senate President and Sandra Drew, the other person there. Sandra Drew is also a constituent from Akpoti Duagan's place in Kogi Central. So they've sued her already, and then but this time around she took petition the IGP about the threat to life. That's what Akpoti Duagan. But the case is in court. You know, the two cases, the one from Natasha herself against Senate President, and also the one by the Senate President against.
But what I'm actually saying is that some of these cases, you know, these cases have been reported to the police, the IGP. I'm saying that I think it is high time that the IGP constituted investigative panel to begin to investigate this. It doesn't matter whether the case is in court, but why the case, any one of those cases that have gone to court, fine. Why the cases are going on in court, the IGP can also investigate. That's what I'm saying. I mean, just allowing the matter to remain in the cooler without anybody, you know, doing some sort of investigation to know whether these allegations are true or not true. I mean, it's important. That's what I'm saying. Do the investigation. Let's just see what you come up with at the end of your investigation, rather than just throwing allegations here and there. Because there's so many of these allegations, you know, flying here.
I think the one now is now she petitioned the IGP now. You know, complaining about the Senate President and Sandra, which is very good. I mean, they supposed to let us be able to see what is the outcome of that investigation from their own part, while the court is also going on with some of those petitions that they've actually been able to raise at the court. I
really commend Senator Natasha, because she's really unrelenting, and it's hard to find a woman like that these days in our world, because we often get silence. So I really like the fact that she's unrelenting. But there's this other story that I would like us to. What exactly is the argument here? Sani MBF disagreeing over cause of insecurity in northern Nigeria. What are they arguing about? What are they disagreeing about? Sani MBF. No, it's a story we can just leave out if it's not something that you're very familiar with.
The only thing we just know.
Sani, that's the governor of Kaduna State.
Obasani and MBF, Middle Belt Forum, because that's what I'm thinking of. What is something they're talking about there? Because the cause of insecurity, in fact, have actually been generating a whole lot of debates. You know, has it actually been a renewed attack from Boko Haram and the ISWAP again, or it is the bandits or the headsmen? And then you started hearing, in fact, one of the reports today, I think from Daily Trust, was the fact that people in Zamfara State, in Karadamoda, will leave their home 5 p.m. every day. They don't sleep in their homes again. They come back early in the morning because of the fear of attacks in the night. You know, and then you'll be able to have, you know, so as some of them would say, in fact, some of them actually claim that now they actually be able to make payment to bandit leaders. So when they be able to strike a deal with Boko Haram, that was a Zamfara, from that particular report from Lawal Dawda, the governor of the state, the ISWAP members have to come and attack them. That once you strike a deal with this terrorist group, you also have to be able to come around to do this. But the question is, what have been the cause? Has it been the level of poverty in the state, or has it actually been so some people actually believe that okay, it is discontent with the present administration. That okay, because the North does not want, is not longer in support of Tinubu's administration, and trying to do everything possible to ensure that they undermine his administration.
There's also the farmer crisis.
And you know, a lot of dynamics are actually coming as far as
which is the reason, Mohammed, because the story you talked about earlier on the front page story on Punch, which we we talked about earlier, which is the reason why I feel really disappointed that attention is now being focused more on 2027. And whereas there are serious challenges in the country, insecurity, food crisis and all of that we should be focusing and trying to find solution. But we are focusing more on 2027. And this man would just be 2 years by May 29, next week. Okay. 2 years in government. But you see so much talk around the 2027 I feel so very disappointed, really, and I don't think it shouldn't be so.
If you ask me,
misplaced priority. There are issues that are confronting us as a people.
Primordial issues that are facing us. That I mean, it's unbelievable. I'm just sure
politicians are now leaving governance to focus on politics. It's unfortunate.
But there was this thing you mentioned about politicians that after their 4 years, it's a very popular remark. They say 2 years is for governance. And the next 2 years, out of that 4 years, politicians actually mentioned that to me. And the 2 years are that politicking.
But we have not really, we have not seen any serious governance as far as I'm concerned in the last 2 years now.
Okay, thank you so much. That's as much as we can take this morning. We've even overshot our time, but we have to go now. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day before we move. That's always a good way for us to, wrap up the newspaper review on the Bdtv Breakfast Show. It's always exciting. That is the cartoon of the day. So you see, we've been talking about the old man proposes, God disposes, that Jam says, and that cartoon by Opara says, God disposes. Now we see that's a snake.
The snake
I don't know what
species
what that one is. But then we see
Great Mamba.
All of the the students just down below. Then we see results, glitch. Then there is still results. Then the snake says, God disposes. And then the snake is a jam snake. So as you can see, so that snake has its mouth and says, God disposes. That's a very interesting cartoon there. You know how Nigeria has a way of always spinning this God factor into everything.
That happened.
I mean, we're very religious, but in a case like this where we clearly know that it's a technical issue, if there hadn't been outcry by parents, by students, by even teachers, nothing would have happened. All the students will have to go and have to sit again for another examination next year. People will sit back at home wasting time. Some people get pregnant along the way. Some people, you know how that time when you have to wait to write the exam again, it's just like 12 months of just faffing. So if nothing had been done, we would have not even had this, them coming to say, you know what, man proposed. Man proposes, God disposes.
But I'm sure it's also not connected to the snake issue 4 or 5 years ago that swallowed 36 million. Right. That's where the idea came. Nobody knows about where that case ended in JAM. Remember, it was the JAM office in Benue State as well. A woman came out to say, snake swallowed. It was one snake that came into our office and swallowed a certain amount of money. And then I see the snake as well saying, okay, that one as well that happened. Maybe it was what man proposes and God.
And then we can see what looked like a grave there, right? Unfortunately, someone is there, but you are telling us that man proposes, God disposes. Meanwhile, someone has lost her life. Quite unfortunate. I hope JAM has learned its lesson this time, and we hope that.
All right.
can do better next time.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me this morning on the newspaper review. It was truly insightful speaking with you this morning. And that's where we bring it to wraps this morning on the newspaper review segment here on the Bdtv Breakfast Show. We went through the Punch newspaper, the Vanguard newspaper, and of course the Business Day paper with the cartoon of the day. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching Bdtv.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today
of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is Wozu's commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Dear leader, when you want to take your business forward, what do? You check your capacity for exploration and your capacity for exploitation. Both are important strategies. Exploration has to do with new markets, new products, new services, expansion, and growth. The exploitation has to do with you deriving value from what is already there. Now you've got to be successful on both platforms. Now to do that, you need insights. You need insights to be able to move from resources to resourcefulness. And the best way to do that, you've got to hang around smart people. Because just a slight shift in your perspective would help you to uncover value where it is. Sometimes it's likely been around you for a long time, but you've not paid attention to it. Now that's exactly what's going to happen in the room at our Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable holding in Lagos, Nigeria on May 23 and 24. This is not going to be thousands of people like we normally do, just about 50 people in a room. Smart people. I remember recently at one of our meetings, so one of us took time to give some insights on the psychology of a particular core group that is a part of our target audience. When it was done, I gave him a hand clap. I said, you know what you just did? You just delivered a master class there. I like to hang around smart people. Remember, insight is the key to uncovering value. Now, with that small number of people, I'm also bringing in two of my friends who are highly experienced in business. We're going to be answering questions. We're going to be resolving issues for people. Amazing. Not to talk of the networking value. The first day, the 23rd, we're having dinner together and networking, getting to know one another. And on the 24th, almost the whole day, we'll be discussing together. We'll be resolving issues. Wow, this is the kind of a thing you don't want to miss. So we call it the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. The key word is accelerator. Why? It's for those of us that want to go 10x, 100x, 1000x. So, by the way, I have a few slots available for one-on-one with some people. I can do it for 50 people, just a few people, but a small number of people. So honestly, you need to just grab your seat right away. It's going to be revolutionary, and this is the only way to deal with the disruptions going on in our world right now. It's the only way. It's not the time to shrink, it's the time to expand. And James Clear says that if you're going 10x or 100x or 1000x, you don't increase complexity, you don't increase quantity, you actually go for simplicity. That simplicity comes through insight. So this is our investment of time and money in gaining insight, in gaining wisdom. Wow, this is going to be life-changing. Anyway, the seats are few. Grab yours fast, and I look forward to seeing you on May 23.
Making big shifts is first about quality before it is about quantity. So sometimes what we want to do is to do more of what we're doing now. That will get some progress. That will bring some increase, but it's usually arithmetic. If you want the geometric one, the big jump, you realize it's not that you're going to get more than 24 hours. It's the same 24 hours. It's the same use, it's the same resources. It's more about quality than quantity. That's why I'm saying it's more about who you are. It's more about your thinking. It's more about perspective. It's more about how you see the world.
Dear leader, the time of increased uncertainty, unpredictability, and volatility is not a time to shrink, it's a time to expand. That is why I'm inviting you to join me and a small group of leaders on May 23 and 24, 2025 in Lagos, Nigeria. Yes, you need to see with new eyes, right? To recognize the opportunities and the obstacles. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing together at the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. Remember, accelerator. Some people are going to go 10x, 100x, 1000x after this session together. The first day we meet together, it's networking. That's one of the major places where you make your money at a meeting like this. And then most of the day on Saturday, 24th May. So register right away, grab your seat. See you on May 23. Dear leader, when you want to take your business forward, what do? You check your capacity for exploration and your capacity for exploitation. Both are important strategies. Exploration has to do with new markets, new products, new services, expansion, growth. The exploitation has to do with you deriving value from what is already there. Now you've got to be successful on both platforms. Now to do that, you need insights. You need insights to be able to move from resources to resourcefulness. And the best way to do that, you've got to hang around smart people. Because just a slight shift in your perspective would help you to uncover value where it is. Sometimes it's likely been around you for a long time, but you've not paid attention to it. Now that's exactly what's going to happen in the room at our Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable holding in Lagos, Nigeria on May 23 and 24. This is not going to be thousands of people like we normally do, just about 50 people in a room. Smart people. I remember recently at one of our meetings, so one of us took time to give some insights on the psychology of a particular core group that is a part of our target audience. When it was done, I gave him a hand clap. I said, you know what you just did? You just delivered a master class there. I like to hang around smart people. Remember, insight is the key to uncovering value. Now, with that small number of people, I'm also bringing in two of my friends who are highly experienced in business. We're going to be answering questions. We're going to be resolving issues for people. Amazing. Not to talk of the networking value. The first day, the 23rd, we're having dinner together and networking, getting to know one another. And on the 24th, almost the whole day, we'll be discussing together. We'll be resolving issues. Wow, this is the kind of a thing you don't want to miss. So we call it the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. The key word is accelerator. Why? It's for those of us that want to go 10x, 100x, 1000x. So, by the way, I have a few slots available for one-on-one with some people. I can do it for 50 people, just a few people, but a small number of people. So honestly, you need to just grab your seat right away. It's going to be revolutionary. And this is the only way to deal with the disruptions going on in our world right now. It's the only way. It's not the time to shrink. It's the time to expand. And James Clear says that if you're going 10x or 100x or 1000x, you don't increase complexity. You don't increase quantity. You actually go for simplicity. That simplicity comes through insight. So this is our investment of time and money in gaining insight, in gaining wisdom. Wow, this is going to be life-changing. Anyway, the seats are few. Grab yours fast. And I look forward to seeing you on May 23.
Making big shifts is first about quality before it is about quantity. So sometimes what we want to do is to do more of what we're doing now. That will get some progress. That will bring some increase, but it's usually arithmetic. If you want the geometric one, the big jump, you realize it's not that you're going to get more than 24 hours. It's the same 24 hours. It's the same use, it's the same resources. It's more about quality than quantity. That's why I'm saying it's more about who you are. It's more about your thinking. It's more about perspective. It's more about how you see the world.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, general secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they boil to it, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so we saw 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12 by 12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12 by 12 for facing board. So after you roof, so facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but we usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road, try to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly $109.7 million US. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1x12 by 12, and at times 2x12. But 2x6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forests lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. I know they don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, that is do whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional woodcarver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloths in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria, they are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 15, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
Hello and welcome to the Business Day exclusive. My name is Elizabeth Musa and today we are all about millionaire moves. I've got joining me today a young man who is passionate about helping young people, especially those in the African American community, create their own wealth journey. His name is Cedric Nash and he is called Your Millionaire Mentor. He's a serial entrepreneur and investor who educates, inspires and motivates wealth building in the African American community. He's also the founder of the Black Wealth Summit 501 organization and the author of the newly released books, Why Should White Guys Have All the Wealth? And also is also the author of How You Can Become a Millionaire Starting from the Bottom and the Millionaire Money Moves Supplemental Investment Guide. He also is the founder and the owner and president and CEO of Oakland Consulting. Oakland provides a range of enterprise IT services that helps organizations realize their business and technology goals. He is also a firm believer and living example that anyone, regardless of age, race, income, or starting point, can build wealth if they have a burning desire, unshakable faith, grit, and a willingness to make the necessary sacrifices. Well, enough of the introduction. Let's get into the business of today. Welcome to the show, Mr. Nash.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here with you today.
Awesome. Let me start by asking you why you started this journey of getting more people empowered to create wealth. Tell us about this journey.
Well, this journey started a long time ago, just coming out of college. I read a lot of books on personal finance, inspired by my mentors. I had 4 millionaire mentors who inspired me and shaped my mindset to want to build wealth. So when I came out of college, I really wanted to create a blueprint for building wealth starting with a paycheck. And so I was able to achieve that. And as a way of paying forward what my 4 millionaire mentors had poured into me, I wanted to spread the love to my community because I believe that, like I said, anybody can build wealth as long as you have that burning desire.
Right. And tell us about what this millionaire mindset is. I mean, there are many people who want to be millionaires. There are people who already are millionaires. They probably have a mindset that we don't know. And then what do aspiring millionaires also, what's this millionaire mindset that they need to know about?
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people think that a millionaire mindset is really about, lavish living and lavish spending. And it's quite the opposite. The millionaire mindset is really around frugality. It's really around using your money like a tool to make more money as opposed to using it like a toy. And so it sounds very simple, but it's very difficult to implement. It's because we are influenced by our friends, we're influenced by social media, we're influenced by millionaires and billionaires who are spending millions of dollars on marketing to influence us to use our money to make them richer. And so it's harder and harder for people to keep their own money in their own pockets and building up their own group of assets that provide lifelong income and wealth for them and their family. So, like I said, it's a lot of people talk often about this millionaire mindset. I think they get it wrong. It's really about frugality. It's really around treating your money like a precious resource. And so often in our community, we treat it we have a saying, to fake it until we make it. We treat it more like to make us look more wealthy, and that never is a recipe for success.
And tell us about, looking at your own journey, what was the mindset shift that you had to make to become a millionaire?
What was interesting is that because my millionaire mentors had poured into me since I was in 11th grade, when I came out of college, I already had that mindset. So when I took my first job out of college as a software engineer, making $36,400 a year in the United States, which was a decent salary at that time for a 25-year-old, I lived on a very, very tight budget, a very strict budget. I made sure I was constantly saving. I bought my first piece of real estate right out of college. I went from my college apartment right into owning my own condominium. And so I was very frugal. I was saving my money. I was only spending on things that were necessary. So my mindset was already there. What's really interesting is that at that age, I never knew how it would turn out. I just believed that was the right process. And it worked because that mindset that cemented in me continued even when I started making significantly more money. And so as I made significantly more money, I always lived below my means. I always made sure that I invested in assets. And over time, those assets have grown and they continue to produce income. And that's really what we have to do. The sad reality is people are in certain financial situations that make it very difficult for them to live as frugal as they need to be. But that really is the answer.
Right. And, you talked about your journey, and you rightly mentioned that you started out really early and you went on to even purchase your first real estate, your property, real estate. So what's one common mistake investors make at the early stage that you would like them to correct today?
Thank you. I love that you asked that question, because I have another book that I've written but I haven't released, and it's targeted to college grads. And it talks about the journey that I took, and it talks about some of the mistakes that I've made and some of the things that I would have done differently. And so one of those things are that when I first came out of college, I wanted to I got married shortly out of college. I bought a condominium and I wanted to kind of, live this life. I bought a condominium. I bought a BMW, was buying fancy clothes, Hugo Boss suits, because I was trying to project this image. There was still work on my mindset that needed to be done. But for the most part, I was in good shape. The one thing I would have done differently, though, is I probably would have purchased a duplex. I would have purchased a property that had 2 or 3 units. And me and my young wife at the time with no kids could have lived in one unit and rented out the others and got to the point where we were living rent-free so I could even save more money. So, and then I would have held on to that duplex because, a duplex in the area where I was living today would be worth over $2 million. And I could have gotten it much cheaper. The other interesting thing about that duplex is in the United States, the way financing works, the same financial requirements are needed for a single family that are needed for a duplex, threeplex, even a fourplex. So I still could have gotten in there with very little money as a down payment and had somebody else pay the mortgage and some. So that's the mindset that I'm talking about. It's about how do I maximize the use of my money for my eventual long-term success. And that's the mindset that millionaires have. They don't look for short-term rewards. They look for long-term success.
Right. And let's talk about wealth building and what you think is important and what is not. Do you think age, do you think race, do you think education, do you think all of these things are important factors when it comes to wealth building?
The reality is it's not that important. It's really the mindset. And the reason why I say that is that the education can help in terms of your ability to earn more money. I mean, it does take money to make more money. So the education will help you on what I call the offense, on getting more income so that you can do better things with it. But there's been countless of people, in our history, as well as people even, our parents and grandparents who made modest amounts of money, but they saved a lot and they built significant wealth. And I always talk about my grandmother who made only $200 a month, which is not much money in the United States, but she went on to owning her own home. She saved some money for retirement. She passed money on to her grandkids, of which I received some, and then I basically invested that money. At the same time, I own her house in New York, in the Bronx, and that house is worth over $700,000, and I have it rented out. So that's what generational wealth is really about. It's about efficiently transferring wealth from one generation to another. And so I say efficiently by minimizing tax liabilities, minimizing the amount of money you spend with lawyers trying to transfer over the assets. So I think it's not so much about how much you make. It's really more about the mindset. Because if you have the right mindset, you can always find ways to make more money by taking on side hustles and eventually get your investments to generate the income that you want and desire.
Right. And I understand that you are mostly focused on, making sure that the African American community builds wealth. What do you think are some of the financial barriers that we are facing in the African American community?
The biggest barrier, and it sounds like I said, I know I sound like a broken record because I go back and forth to this mindset concept. It really is so important. But the biggest barrier to us as a community is that most African Americans, pretty much all of us, our understanding and our knowledge around wealth it's rooted in financial trauma, right? Starting all the way from slavery. And if you're in the United States, you go from slavery, you go to sharecropping, which my grandfather was a sharecropper. My father was a southern sharecropper. You go from being promised 40 acres and a mule that never happens, gets taken back. You go to, there's a whole bunch of things, redlining, the Jim Crow laws, and even the stuff that we're dealing with today that's setting us back so far in the United States. So what happens is it's our response to that financial trauma that has shaped our mindset in the way that it is. And it's made us desperate. So then we invest in things that we expect are going to give us super fast returns, like cryptocurrency and things like that, right? We basically fall for all of these tricks that don't really get us there because our mindset says we're behind, we need to speed it up, so we've got to basically take chances. And the realities about wealth is that it's a slow process. It's about slow, consistent investing in quality assets that appreciate and generate over time. It also has us distrustful of our fellow brothers. So then we have a difficult time pulling our money together to invest together. All of these are mindset concepts. The other piece is that it has us overcompensating. So basically, I talk about fake it till we make it. We spend money to convince people that are not wealthy that we're wealthy, right? That's overcompensating, as opposed to using that capital to literally make us wealthy. All of these are mindset things that hold us back. And so in order to basically build wealth and to shift that mindset, it really takes the right village, right? It starts with having the right environment of people that are serious about building wealth and willing to put the work in. And that's why I created this Black Wealth Growth Challenge, where I mentor people for an entire year. And in that process, there's a huge mindset that's happened. They get coaching on investing. They learn from other millionaire investors, and they're inspired. And they're inspired to stay the course. And they're in a course with people of like-minded. So that's really, really what's needed. And it's a slow process, and it takes time, but it's very, very doable.
Thank you for breaking that down for us. We are in Africa, so oftentimes people talk about poverty levels being high. It's hard for many people to even think of wealth creation when they have yet to put food on their tables. All of these things are things that people are not quite concerned about, building wealth when they are yet to, have a 3-square meal. What do you think is the way out of this? Do you think that it's still possible for people to build wealth with high levels of poverty?
Yes, there is. And like I said, it's been done, between generations. There's a book I read called, it's called Black Fortunes, and it talks about the six African Americans or Africans that escaped slavery to become millionaires. And they started way before the levels of poverty in Africa today. These are people who started as slaves, who started just out of slavery, who were able to pull some money together and invest in the same things: real estate, stocks and bonds, private equity, gold, the whole 9 yards, and become millionaires. So the whole point is like, no matter where you're starting from, it's possible. It just means that the journey is going to be slower and it's going to be harder. And that just means that you have to have that much more resolve. You got to find so many ways to make income. And what's interesting about Africa, which I love, I call it a new frontier, because there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of things that are happening. One of the things that I see, and I might be wrong on this, but one of the things I don't see that Africa is taking advantage of to the full extent, and that's the technology revolution that's happening.
Right.
African, businesses, there's so much technology that can be brought to those businesses that could significantly increase efficiencies and create opportunities for young people that have embraced these new technologies. I'm talking about artificial intelligence. I'm talking about cybersecurity. Talking about a lot of the technology centered around mobile technology and electric vehicles and the whole 9 yards. It's a huge opportunity. And I believe also that there's ways through research and hard work to identify ways to get capital for those businesses. And that's really, really the key. In fact, I really can't talk about it now, but I'm working on something that does such that to help bring capital to African-American people to kind of, spark their entrepreneurial dreams and goals.
Truly look forward to that. But when I was reading through your bio, I did see that you spoke about spending what your money makes, and I was really curious to know what that means. How does one set up their finances so as to be able to spend what their money makes?
I love that. That's really, really the key. And what I mean by that is that a lot of people take their money and they spend their money, and they're not using it like a tool. When you use your money like a tool, that means that you invest in things that generate more income. An example of things that generate more income is you can invest in multifamily properties. I know in Africa, people pay their rent for the entire year.
Right.
So you can find properties that you can buy and fix up and rent those properties out. So you're not spending the money that it takes to buy the properties. You're spending the rent, the proceeds of the rent. So you're spending what your money is making. The other example is, I know in Africa, you can now invest in the U.S. stock market. There are things called dividend aristocrats. These are dividend stocks that have been producing a dividend. And a dividend is when a company makes a profit, they decide to share some of those profits with shareholders in the form of quarterly dividends. Well, some companies pay 5 or 6% dividends to their investors. So by buying a whole bunch of dividend stock, now you can invest, you can spend the dividends while keeping the base investment continuing to grow. That's the concept of what I call making millionaire money moves. It's about using your capital to invest in assets that appreciate in value at the same time generate income. A business is another kind of thing. It's where you put your money in to start a business, and the money that your business generates, you can spend a portion of that. But if you don't have any capital to invest in these assets, you'll never get that system going. You'll never get that system moving.
Right. And some of us are not even creating budgets. Some of us don't even know how to stay on a budget. Can you give us some tips on implementing? I understand that you have something called, is it the $M Power Budget? Because I did see that. So do you want to give us tips on implementing using this budget?
Yeah, it's called the Millionaire Money Moves Power Budget. And I call it a power budget because it really challenges you to at least save and invest at least 27% of your income. And a lot of people can't initially do that. And so the name of the game is, if you can't do that, then you've got to make more income, because as you make more income, it changes the distribution of that formula until you can get to 27%. And the reason why I say that is because you need to invest a significant portion of your income in order to build sustainable wealth. And I have templates that kind of allow people to put their current budget in, categorize their expenditures, and it will create a graph to show them how their current budget stacks against the Millionaire Money Moves Power Budget. But my mother would always say, my mother died when I was 19. I'll never forget her saying this, that if you can't manage a little bit of money, you won't be able to manage a lot of money. And that's so true. And you'll find some people who come into big money fast, a lot of times like American athletes or international athletes, and they spend it real fast. And it's because they never developed the right mindset around that money, and they never create a budget. So no matter how much money you make, I mean, I make a decent amount of money, and I still live off of a budget. It's the same budget structure I created when I came out of college when I was 25 years old. You have to manage and account for your dollars so that you can put them to work to benefit yourself. One of the keys, or one of the challenges, especially in this credit kind of environment in the United States, is that, and Africa doesn't have this problem for the most part, is because the credit cards give people this false sense of more money than they have. And it makes it almost impossible for them to stay on budget. Plus, like I said, marketers are constantly telling you you need this, you got to buy this thing, or this is going to make you look more wealthy or more stronger or whatever. And it causes people to spend money on things that they really don't need. So the key to staying on budget, and I talk about this as well, as when you look at the power budget, I have you create several accounts where you put money into those accounts according to the distribution of your budget. And then when that money is gone in that bucket, it's almost like putting different money in different buckets. And when that money is gone in that bucket, then you just have to stay at home and cut your spending until you get more money put into the bucket. So, that's one way. It's going to segment your money into what is mandatory for you to pay in terms of what is discretionary, things that are optional, which is another bucket for what you need to save and invest, right? Another bucket for how you reward yourself when you achieve your goals, right? And also another bucket for giving back, because that's an important paradigm in wealth building. So that's in essence, I know I'm going on and on, but that's in essence the structure of our budgeting. And that's key to building wealth. It's a slow process, but you've got to manage your dollars very, very carefully and track them if you're going to get there.
Right. And, you've been speaking on saving and investing more, and people are curious to know what are ways to strategically invest. What will be your tips on earning more? Because there are people who, probably want to invest, but then they just have just a little chunk, and they're wondering, what am I even going to invest?
I love
like
that.
a Nigerian. So they're thinking, how do I then earn more so I can invest more? So what ways will you tell us on how to strategically invest?
Well, like I said, it sounds like you're talking two different questions, but to strategically invest, I have something on my website at cedricnash.com, and it's called my investment ladder. And it basically shows people how to go to zero to millions. And it has different levels of investors, from a level 1 investor to a level 7 investor. And so I created this because I'm real serious about teaching people how to become a millionaire starting from the bottom. And I needed to be able to show a roadmap of how you do it. And I basically talk to people of how do you get to $1,000, and then you can invest into the stock market, into ETFs or into index funds or individual stocks. And then as you grow that money up to 25,000 or whatever, then I go to the next band, 25 to 50,000, where you can invest in single family homes or and continue to invest in the stock market. So it's a roadmap, because your investment portfolio, in order to be safe, needs to be heavily diversified across stocks, real estate, entrepreneurship, and even potentially private equity. So if you get a chance, you can go to my website at cedricnash.com, look at my Millionaire Money Moves link, and it will basically explain my entire system. But that's really, really the process. And you've got to be patient and consistent, regardless of what happens with the market. Now, some people may say, well, I don't have that much money to invest. And that's a good answer, because the reality is the best way to invest in the market is consistently every month or every paycheck, not to pour loads of money into the market. It's called dollar cost averaging. So you're averaging your price as the market continues to grow. Whether or not the market goes down or up, if it goes down, you're buying more shares. If it goes up, your shares that you own have gone up in value. That's the strategy. And then there's also a thing called buying slices of stocks. So with at least $5, you can buy a slice of a stock. So if you can't buy a whole share, you can buy a slice. So there's no excuse why we should not be investing. And I want to close out by saying that's our number one mistake, is that we spend so much time paying down our debt and we don't spend enough time and energy investing. And investing takes time to build that momentum. And that's what has to happen.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cedric Nash. I would ask you if you have any final words for us today, but if you don't have any, we could close out. But do you have any final words for us today?
Well, my final words are, I just want to encourage people to keep focused, to keep motivated, keep investing. I don't care what your level of debt is. Take a piece of the money that you make and put it away for you and your family in the future. The goal is to get those investments big enough to where they generate enough income to provide lifelong income for you, as well as provide lifelong income for your family. And finally, when you go and God calls you to glory, you can't pass the income from your job to your family, but your investments and the income that your investments make can definitely be passed to the next generation and built upon. And that's what generational wealth is all about.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cedric Nash, for your time today. It was truly insightful speaking with you, and we'll definitely check out your website, to just learn on and just imbibe some of these tips that you'll be sharing there. But thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you for the time.
And this has been the Business Day exclusive here on Bdtv. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for watching.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are a bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent, we see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also, and I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data very seriously. I don't know if people are willing to invest in that. That is another question again to ask. If we want to build talent, you have to be able to track this talent no matter where they are. Somebody must be able to be anywhere in Afghanistan, and you can get on an app and track whatever talent you want to track, and you can see the progress over time. So I think therein lies the dilemma we are in. Question is, are they ready to make that investment into that technology and see that they can mine data for athletes and talent, and you have this data, you can take them anywhere in the world. You have something to say, this is what their progression looks like. It's not much of a media thing per se. It's much of the administrators of the sports. You do not feel, oh, because we're a sport, media must come. You must understand that at the very core of sports is media. If your event is not being covered, you're just having fun. You are no different from somebody who's playing street football somewhere with his friends. You're just having fun. If you understand that as an administrator, now remember, the whole idea of the media is to document your events and your programs and all of the things you're doing. So there's an archive. Remember, you're not going to be there all your life. You're going to leave that seat. Someone else is going to step in. There's something they can work with. They can look at this and say, okay, this was what was done. This is the next level we need to take it into. So the issue is not media as in media. The issue is the owners of the sports. What's their drive? Where is their vision? Where are they headed? What they want to do? And that determines how they need to showcase it. So it's theirs. Media should be at every core of every sport, not necessarily a football thing. Football is football, and it would always be football. There's some great football tournament that you don't even hear of because it's not covered. So every sport must take its media arm very seriously. Social media is such a powerful platform now that you as a sport needs to look at what makes us unique, what makes us stand out, and start to tell your own story. Tell your own story in your own unique way. You don't need to have some crazy camera, expensive. No, just have a good phone. You understand? Record it creatively. Edit. You can edit on your phone now. There are apps that can help you edit easily. Edit it and start. You don't need to buy social media space. You don't need to buy Instagram. You're not paying for it. You don't need to buy TikTok. You're not paying for it. And right there, start telling your story. We've seen people who have gone viral and have had inputs, not even from different people, even from people you have no idea of. Just because they heard your story, loved your story, and they say, you know what, I want to partner with you on this one. Once you start doing that, you like it or not, mainstream media will actually, okay, we heard something is going on. They want to be part of it also. So it's all down to the sports itself. I'm quite excited. I accepted to come. I think Business Day is onto something. I don't know what it is, but in my spirit, I feel it. That I feel a sense of optimism. Because there's a dark, and everybody was saying, oh, every time we're always reporting the, negativity, because there's a lot of it. There's just too much of it. Can't we just talk on one positivity? It's nice, but there's 200 negativities. So even if you want to push out it's just hard. I'm very positive. I always look at the cup half full. In fact, I don't look at the cup half full. I look at the fact that there's at least water in the cup to start with. You understand? Half full or not. So I feel very strongly that with what has been kickstarted here, it's the first time Business Day is, having this event. I'm sure some of the speakers who couldn't make it will see the outcome of this and regret that they didn't make it. And they will be the ones calling, when is the next one? You know, this is early year. You can do it twice a year. You can even do it 3 times a year. Business will be ready for that. And people will want to be a part of this. And maybe by the time we tend to put our heads together, remember, 2 good heads, not 2 heads. 2 good heads. Always better than 1. By the time we put it together, we know the problem of our sports. We know what the problems are. We just need the testicular fortitude. For those who know, they know. The testicular fortitude to face it head on and deal with it decisively. It's simple. It's really, really simple. As long as we make up our mind that, you know what, nobody should be benefiting from the decadence and the despair of the ecosystem called sports. As long as we agree on that and everybody takes it seriously, everybody will enjoy at the end of the day, because we're going to build a thriving ecosystem. And somebody can say in Harvard, let's take a look at Nigeria's sporting system. I mean, this was a system that was generating, $200, but today is a $200 billion, system. That's a joy to us. That brings pride to us, and everybody, even our unborn children, will benefit from it.
All right, so I mean, what he said is that the government should actually answer, from sports business. There's sports, and then there's the business of sports. So the government should actually be actively involved in sports. But the business of sports, he thinks, that the government, should actually, hands off, from it. And being in government, for like 6 years now, I also agree that, and that's why I said that the government has no business doing business. But, the responsibility of the government is to ensure that they create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And, I believe so strongly that, when they do this, we'll definitely, reap, better, rewards, from, the engagement, of sports, especially, with, the private, entities. Because, with them, there's more sustainability. With them, there's more, organization. With them, there's more, consistency in the running and the affairs of things. For a government, soldier goes, soldier comes. There's a new government, 4 years today. It could be another government entirely the next 4 years. This one that, left, who was maybe, very interested in sports, now actually the one coming might not, be interested in sports. So all the investment, every investment that has been made actually goes, south, just because of this new person doesn't have interest or feels that, oh, you know what, why are you talking about, sports when we have, agriculture, when we have agribusiness, when we have, commerce and all, not knowing that all these things, there is a place, for each, of these sectors, okay, and none is subservient over the other. Yeah, so, intentionality. That's, what we really need to do, intentionality. If we want, grassroots sports to actually, grow, what do we need to do? We need to actually, take, sports and then also take the infrastructure of sports to the people. So that they have a platform, that they can actually use to express, this their talents. And how can there be, expression of, talent if, you don't have, like a warehouse that actually, holds, these people, together, that actually help them to groom, so that they can actually soar. So I feel that, we, should actually increase in the projects, the PPP project, the private, public partnership, projects, in our various, community. It's not what the government can do alone. So we have to bring in, private investors, private, entrepreneurs who will be able to see, the need, in that system. And, the government will also ensure them the according, security, that will come, with it, that when I put my money in this is the security I have. It's not that I put my money, in so-so's, administration, and by the time it comes to Tamedo's administration, my investment, they tell me that it's gone. and it's nothing to, so I mean, those are the things, that I think that we should do. We should actually, see it as, a continuum, a business that should actually, continue irrespective of, which, sheriff is in town.
So I think that everywhere in the world, is really the role of government to provide an enabling environment for businesses in all sectors to thrive. But because this event is about sports and the business of it, I think that to a large extent, the Lagos State government has been at the forefront, in facilitating the development of sports in Lagos. I mean, you could think of the accelerator program for, sportsmen in grassroots communities, and then some of the initiatives even discussed at the conference. But, there's always room for improvement. And I can tell for a fact that, under the leadership of the Honorable Commissioner, working under the governor, Governor Abajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, I can tell that there's still a lot more, to be done. And I know that there are a number of projects and initiatives in the pipeline to ensure that some of the issues raised here today about the challenges that still exist in how we move sports from just being a recreational activity to now, a business, entity that could, entail a multi-billion investment and all of that are already in the pipeline. And I just think that as we have more of these conversations and we do follow-up strategy sessions on how to implement these things so that they don't just end up as panel discussions or as keynote addresses, I think that it could only get better from here. Okay, so like I mentioned, so there's what is called the Lagos State, Sport Accelerator Program for young people in grassroots communities. And the initiative is domiciled in the Lagos State Sports Commission. And the whole idea is just to see how, to enable sportsmen and, sportswomen, especially those in their prime in secondary school and those who are just approaching tertiary institutions, on how to
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up.
The Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank is expected to announce some critical monetary decisions today. This is the 20th of May. Today is Tuesday, and they are just at this point. I think the committee is just around concluding its 300th MPC meeting. The meeting started yesterday, May 19, and is expected and it started in Abuja. Basically, the Monetary Policy Committee is a committee of the Central Bank that basically makes decisions on the monetary policy of the country, including things like the benchmark interest rate, and we're talking about cash reserve ratio of the bank, and also the liquidity ratio. During the previous one that held in February 2025, the MPC retained MPR at 27.5%. Basically, the MPR is the key interest rate that influences all the other interest rates in the economy, talking about bank lending rates and including fixed income rates. The decision to retain the MPR came after the National Bureau of Statistics, that's the NBS, reported inflation figures dropping to 24.48%. Then, if we recall that there was a inflation rebasing that happened in February that caused inflation to drastically drop from 34.8% to 24.48% in February. Now, the committee kept all its other financial measures unchanged. It kept the CRR at 50%, the liquidity ratio at 30%, and the asymmetric corridor was unchanged also. The question now is, what direction will the MPC go this time? Now, for April 2025, we saw inflation drop to 23.7%. We already saw Yemi Cardoso talk about the fact that there may be a slowdown in how they hike interest rates? Will the MPC now decide to give us we will see a drop? We don't know. What should the economy expect? Are we going to lower rates or raise rates or retain rates? To discuss expectations from the MPC, we have been joined by Mohammed Akonji, one of our analysts here at Business Day. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, David. Thank you very much for having me.
So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
What are your expectations on the MPC meeting this morning? Are we seeing what are expectations for the MPR decision especially?
Today. Thank you very much for having me again, and it's my pleasure to be here one more time. Just like you read into your intro speech, this is the 300th MPC meeting of the central bank, and of course, a lot of expectations are actually hinging around it today. You know, you've seen economists, analysts, industry watchers, investment bankers, all of them, trying to be able to speculate at what exactly would the CBN do. But we know that the CBN cannot just take decision. The MPC, sorry, I'm talking about the MPC, can't take decision in isolation. The decision will have to be able to hinge on economic fundamentals. Okay. And that is why it is important. You have to be able to look at those economic fundamentals, just like you'll be able to read one of them. Inflation, at least the one NBS released for April, was about 23.7%. And you also see that the food inflation also declined as well, so 21%. So we know that will play a very important role in what they are going to do. Of course, we know the three decisions the CBN will take is that, of course, hike the rate further from the present rate that you'll be able to mention 27.5%, or reduce it from that level, or they'll be able to maintain rate. Of course, I'll be able to tell you my own. I don't have a crystal ball here to say this is what they are going to do. But if I'm able to look at the following economic fundamentals, which I'm sure you'll be able to ask me further, we look at inflation at least, even though there are still concerns out there as to whether that is the true reflection of the real level of inflation or just the nominal value. But at least we have the record at least 2 consecutive months now, there's like a drop ever since the rebasing has actually been done in January and February for GDP and that. 2, the Q4 growth as well was 3.4%. We're still expecting the Q1. That's not been released yet by the MBS, which I know will also be able to play a very important role as to what direction the CBN will take. And on the back of that was the World Bank's report that was recently released, the Nigerian Development Update. And if you remember what they advised the central bank, having given kudos to the central bank for some of the policies that they have taken, you know, in terms of exchange rate, in terms of price stability, one of their warnings there was that the central bank should not lower the rate. I'm just talking about what the World Bank said, because
why?
The elevated inflation we are not yet out of the woods yet when it comes to, you know, price deceleration or price stability. That is actually one of their warnings. But I'm sure a lot of Nigerians who
especially those in the manufacturing
space. Thank you very much. I'm sure you had CPPE, you had the OPS, Organized Private Sector, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprises, MAN, all of them actually be able to talk about at the current rate of 27.5%. It is strangulating the sector. It's killing. I'm
when
sure.
You look at it, I wrote a story recently where I looked at the fact that manufacturers are now actually prioritize paying debt over
investing back in the business.
Over investing back in your business.
Was that about because the cost of borrowing alone, because we're just saying it's 27.5%, that is overnight lending from central bank. Asymmetric corridor is plus 500 basis points, which means that if you go to the bank to get the loan, it's around 32.5%.
Some banks even go as high
as 42%, because that's the asymmetric corridor. The CBN tighten around. So the CBN will get, the commercial bank will get the loan from CBN at 27.5. By the time they give it out there, the overnight lending rate at plus 500, that is going to about 32.5 or as much as 35%. That can really strangulate business. So I know most of them have actually been the advocate of, yes, we are waiting what the central bank will do. They will be able to lay, just like I said, World Bank position and what you also mentioned about the CBN governor, that yes, we are not at the woods yet when it comes to inflation. It's still in the double-digit realm. And don't forget that our target this year, based on the budget assumption, is that we should achieve 15% inflation rate.
Is that possible?
Okay, but that's maybe another kettle of fish entirely. But with the rebasing, likely we are going to get there. We are likely going to be able to get there.
Get to 15%.
To 15% by the end of the year.
Okay.
If because of the rebasing, because some of those items have been rebased, and you see some other weights added to important items. You know, we now see some sectors that are actually contributing more in terms of the calculation of inflation. So with the CPI calculation based on real estate, for example, that is doing quite massively, and some other critical sectors that are now added more weight. So with the weight added to them now, it tends to be able to put that downward pressure on the calculation.
And the basket,
the food basket itself has been expanded to 960 something items. Thank you very much. So those are where the inflation figures might actually be there. Remember, that is numbers. The actual reality is another thing to see. But to me, as I said, there are a lot of factors that will definitely come to play. Just like I said, local factors, external factors will also be able to play a factor. Trump's, crazy policies. Sorry for using the word, if I'm actually able to allow to use that. And his whirlwind of, policies always be able to come with here is allowing countries to be able to see, okay, if the UK, the US is trying to be able to do this, if they actually be able to have the Federal Reserve able to release their rate very, very soon. If they reduce their rate, for example, one good thing about the central bank of other emerging economies is to attract investors because of capital flight. What do? Raise your own so you can attract investors to take advantage of that.
But I don't think, but now,
most of the money here are even not money. That's the question.
Yes.
Maybe the money most of them are not really putting, the money is supposed to be able to go into the real sector.
Yes.
You understand? Yeah, we look at investors who are just financial investors, just looking for the highest interest rate, taking advantage of it, put their money there, and then quickly be able to take advantage of that rate within that.
So one thing, you mentioned something around America's
policies. Okay, if they do that,
if they
cut their rate further down. Okay.
So I think for our own country, personally, I think there's quite an advantage there.
Of course.
Because
for raising our own or cutting down
cutting their own rates, in that Nigeria will be able to benefit from the effect of lowered interest rates in those countries. So we have a lot of these oil majors that are looking to invest in our country. So we have Shell looking to invest $5 billion. We have ExxonMobil.
Okay.
If they are able to borrow at some of those lowered interest rates, I think they can channel some of those borrowings into
the real sector of the economy,
into real sectors of countries like ours, where borrowing rate is quite elevated.
And then
yes.
Okay. So, but that's what I'm saying. So there are two aspects of it in economics that we look at.
Yes.
So we have the financial market, where you have investors who are just capitalists are just looking for the money itself.
Yes.
And then remember that the major attraction point, the major thing you can be able to dangle at investors, not the real sector investors, the financial sector investors who invested in bonds, in securities and instruments, they are looking for the highest interest rate, remember. So highest interest rate across countries tend to be able to attract them. So one thing about what central bank is also maintained to ensure we attract more dollars into the economy, especially when it comes into the financial instrument, is we are going to be able to raise the rates. That is one of their own. I'm still going to come to what they're likely going to do. I mean, those are the justifications for them to say, let us raise the rate to attract investors. But of course, just like you said, the implication of that is on the real sector. The businesses will bleed. They will be paying as much as possible, over their nose to be able to meet up most of their debt obligations or most of their borrowing obligations that they have in that regard.
Eventually to lead to some form of inflation.
Inflation itself. And then the recession can even likely, because productivity will be affected. And the implication of that is inflation will likely occur, recession will likely be the resultant effect, and unemployment will follow. So most of the dynamics.
So how do you see exchange rate stability
also be able to play an important part?
How is recent exchange rate stability going to influence MPC's decision?
So just like I said, the very first there of what the central bank governor mentioned is in the area of, we need to attract investors. At the same time, the stability in the exchange rate has actually been one important positives for the central bank, maintaining that rate. And they've been able to take a very strong hold, that they don't allow you to be able to bolt beyond what is actually necessary, as well as actually be able to go down to be able to solve the problem of, Naira being undervalued as being the concern. But we know that because of the exchange rate stability, they will likely be able to hold the rate, if that is the condition, the concerns that they're looking at, So by holding the rate, the investors are not being concerned. Those are able to put their money that, they are going to be getting lower interest rates than what it was when they brought into the money into the economy, remember? But at the same time, at least with an stable exchange rate, it means that the purchasing power parity, what they can still be able to buy, is still the same. So, because with exchange rate bolting beyond the level, if it's just going to be able to go beyond 1,600, which is, even though the budget assumption is 1,500, but at least we're seeing 1,500. The budget assumption 1,400. So we're seeing about 1,600, and it has remained a bit
Yes,
stable,
yes, yes.
and at
It
that
has stayed at
particular rate,
1,600
1,600
for
for every month now, and it remains at that level. Though that will be able to give two concerns to the central bank. One, it has not been able to get to the steady state level, the level they wanted to get to, the 1,500, 1,400 that they wanted to get to. But at least having that amount of over 1,006 above and far not up to the level that they actually expected it to be, will be an impetus for investors as well, to ensure that, okay, there's an element of stability in the naira, and they can be able to put their money, for a longer period in the system, than when there are sentiments that this exchange rate will definitely be able to go beyond the level expected. Then they will definitely be able to put their money away. So we expect that with that, they will definitely be able to keep the rates a bit stable.
Okay.
Hold the rates, and which is what most of the analysts are also be able to call for. Personally, I feel that that's what they should do at the moment. Just like we said, inflation are not out of the hoods yet. Exchange rate as well has not been able to get to the steady state that we actually wanted it to be. It's the corridor of that, exactly. So maybe holding it, and that will at least be able to instill confidence. The purpose is also to instill confidence in investors, in the manufacturers, in the consumers as well, to ensure that at least they are able to get have a lot of optimism about the economy.
One question here is around the interest rate environment how is it affecting consumer spending?
That is in fact one of the major factors.
And credit to the private sector,
basically. Okay. So just like you said, I think you mentioned that. Now you can see that there is declining purchasing power. It's no longer a story. It's staring everyone in the face. Consumers are complaining bitterly. Inflation has eaten deep, has eroded the value. What you buy for across different facets, go to energy, go to construction, every basic endeavor have actually been affected. So there is serious declining purchasing power. Manufacturing firms as well, because of that, are having piles and piles of unsold stock that a whole lot of them are actually be able to inventories that they are unsold because consumers are not buying. You go to people in construction space talking about they have a lot of defaults. When it comes to consumers, people are not actually be able to make their payments. So bad loans have increased at monumental rate that you cannot be able to imagine. So we know that is definitely going to be another one. And then what will be able to help consumers, of course, will be to reduce the rates at this level.
Yes.
Reducing the rates will at least spur aggregate demand. But I don't think it's just my crystal ball and my own personal opinion. I don't think they'll be able to do that, at least for now, until June. We expect that if they maintain this inflationary trend, if it decelerates to that period, to like June, then they will likely be able to maintain that rate at 27.5. If it decelerates for that to like June, first half of the year, then they can be considering, let's see if we can be able to move towards, reducing it by some basis point, or even by percentage points, as the case may be. But the question there is, that is one factor. The only way you can be able to help consumers, of course, is not to hike it further. So if you cannot reduce, please hold the rate. Thank you very much. And then just like you mentioned about credit to private sectors as well, I've just mentioned that it is killing a lot of them. The rate is huge, 32.5%. How would they survive? They are really OPS, man, I'm sure, Asborn, a lot of them were really talking about how interest rate is hemorrhaging a lot of their profits and how it's actually be able to lay them bare, in that regard. Not thanks as well to foreign exchange rate instability, energy costs as well. The energy bills have gone up. Not thanks to the recent banding system that has been introduced. Most of them, especially those on industrial metering system or industrial band.
Yes.
The payment is huge as well. So I'm sure the effect of high interest rate, the MPR itself, the monetary policy rate, has impacted consumers, while also the businesses have been heavily impacted as well.
So one thing I've been looking at, basically, I look at the fact of Nigeria is not the first country to deal with inflation at this level.
Okay. Elevated level. Okay.
Turkey dealt with inflation at 50%. And one thing they did that the monetary authorities did there was with support from the president. In fact, I think it was like an instruction from the fiscal space to keep lending rates low, to ensure that no matter how inflation gets, no matter how bad it gets, they are still able to stimulate the economy and then with consumer spending. So why is it that Nigeria has not been able to look beyond just the NPR dealing with inflation? We've been dealing with this inflation thing now since 2020. It's beyond 2023.
Of course, post-COVID effect.
Post-COVID effect and all.
Has actually
We've been
been able
dealing
to
with
play
all
a
of this since 2020. Yet it just seems like the only tool we have in our hands is NPR hike. Just keep hiking the NPR, and it's gotten to a state where now lending banks have cashed out. Obviously, they've gotten a lot of
showed that a lot of returns from
interest income. Yeah, but when you look at it, consumer spending is almost at an all-time low.
Very important.
It's almost at an all-time low.
Definitely.
So what other tools do you think that the CBN
Thank
can
you very much,
can
David.
try to
I think
explore?
that is so, and that's exactly what I was actually expecting that question to be able to come from you. And so one of the arguments in economics is that can the inclusive or the economic growth of a nation fly on one wing? That's the question. Can we talk about the growth spur that we are looking for, the growth level that we are targeting? Can we be able to fly it on just one wing? Global economists have actually argued to say that no, we need a mix, just like you said, the fiscal policy angle. What are they really doing? So the monetary policy would say, of course, their own goal is price stability, using the tool of money supply and interest rates to ensure that at least you're able to bring inflation down and allow the economy to be stimulated and then allow the economy to run. The fiscal policy angle, which is where taxes and government expenditure will likely come in. And that's where we'll be able to look at it from those angles. Government spending, how has it been? To be able to at least, when it comes to consumer spending, money needed to actually be pumped into the economy. You needed to actually be able to reflate the economy with enough money to ensure that money gets in the hand of the people, salaries are paid on time, people get their bonuses, if there are allowances that are paid to workers, when they get it, the velocity of that money in circulation will go a long way.
Yes.
I get my salary on time, for example, I'm able to buy something from you as a real estate agent, you're able to build a house, that money flows into somebody's hands. I go to the market,
the hand of the
cement sellers as well, who can be able to use it to be able to buy rice from the rice manufacturer, and then we allow the economy, we reflate the economy, we tend to be able to stimulate the economy in that way. Of course, the expenditure too must be able to have its own level to where it can be able to get to. But as much as government expenditure, we've seen how it will actually be able to be on the increase in a long while, even though that's not been matched up with their revenue, and then debt is actually being piled up. The other thing is about taxes. And they needed to be able to. So what I think the government can really do, especially in that regard, when we have elevated inflation the way we have it. Yes, the inflation report of 23.1% that was recorded, maybe that would be the lowest since 2023, June 2023 that we've had. But as I said, it is still debatable. People are still questioning that, is this really a true inflation? Is this the real inflation level or just a nominal inflation, that we are just reporting? But that one is still a discussion for another day. But the question would be like, definitely the government from both the monetary angle and the fiscal policy angle, we play a very important role in ensuring that, you reflect the economy in terms of making money available to consumers. That is only one way to at least you are able to ensure that you allow the economy to be running while you're also fighting inflation. Of course, as much as possible, we say we are trying to be able to fight inflation. But the question we always be able to ask here is, what is the structural cause of the inflation in Nigeria? Is it demand pull? Is it because people have too much money to spend and then they couldn't be able to have enough goods to buy with the money? Or is it more of cost push?
It's more of a cost push.
Thank you very much. The supply side. And that's exactly why the government needed to be able to reflect what was done in Turkey by President Erdogan did to ensure that at least, yes, the inflation was 50%. We needed to be able to ensure money is also in the hands of the people. That would definitely be able to reflect to spend. Yes, they have money to spend. Once they do that, we will be fighting inflation with one hand, while at the same time we are allowing money to be able to get there so that the economy is not dampened. But it's opposite to what's happening in Argentina. Remember, Javier Milei, his own policy was like cut everything, reduce government spending, and you see that that's not been able to make them to actually be out of the hoods yet. So I'm sure it's between the devil and that place anyway. Yes. The government wants to ensure that there's money available. The devil and the deep blue sea.
So now one thing there is that I think just a slight deviation. One factor that really pushed our inflation in Nigeria when you look at it, when you dip it, is the fact that the government spent 22.7 trillion on ways and means.
That's another very
a
important
level of government spending that I would say never been
it's
seen.
outrageous in the
within
history of
3
this
years.
nation. Exactly.
And when you look at it, what did they spend the money on?
Okay, maybe is it so the ways and means
So the question,
pay back
one question
loans,
I
pay
even-
back some of the debt, distribute the money to the
One
governors.
question
and,
I always ask with this is that, is this how, why
Reckless
why
one,
is
got it.
the recklessness of that particular move, the recklessness of the move, and the
Severe
effect it's had on the entire economy? Is nobody, is there
Nobody
no,
can-
is there,
no one that
is-
can checkmate
cannot-
them.
Is there nobody to question what's
Why
going
is this on? Okay.
Why it went on?
Thank you very much, David.
And
So
is there
that's-
a way, can we set systems in place to avoid such
things in the
happenings
future.
again, to avoid such from ever happening again?
Thank you.
Because people who did all of this, they are
They're still going flexing,
life.
and except maybe one of them anyway.
They are
that
enjoying, okay.
they're like jazz. Maybe except one of them that
That's-
is still in the eye of the storm and
that's,
is still facing
Emefiele.
the Emefiele, exactly, the former CBN governor. Thank you for that. During that time, if you remember, the governor of Edo State, I
Yes.
mean, maybe at least that was one of the things, Obaseki. Remember, he came out,
And
he
he
said
made
the
it-
central bank is
printing
printing more money to give to governors. FAAC allocation at the end of the month. In fact, he raised that outcry then. About 60 billion was printed in 1 month. 60 billion.
Imagine.
Because that was what was actually printed, according to him. Even though it was shouted down to say, fine, it was against them, was anti-bribery, was anti-the president of Buhari. The Minister of Finance then to Zainab Ahmed, if you remember, were those who came out and said, no, there was no recklessness on that part. And then we couldn't be able to see the true picture of that because 22 trillion was, the interest on it was about 31 trillion in total. That's just quite unimaginable.
Imagine.
When Cardoso came in and then reviewed the rot, that's actually be able to be in the system. So maybe what I'm saying here is, in terms of people questioning and now people asking questions, maybe we have those number of governors, that just came out, even though they benefited from the largesse, I will be able to call it largesse there because it's just like an overdraft, taking more than what you earn as revenue, and the government was just being like a bicycle with it, just taking out the money, not thinking of what
Not
the
plan-
consequence,
not thinking of
exactly,
the
the consequence, the ramification of that, which is what you are saying now. Yeah, at least one of the just like what World Bank and IMF did in their report recently was to commend the new CBN administration for at least reducing by close to about 51% of what they've actually been able to do, and that they have reduced it. But it's not go back to your question. I mean, this administration be able to do that and then put those mechanisms, monitoring and evaluation mechanisms in place to ensure that the CBN governor himself, maybe that's how the governor, and then the committee itself, who may be able to have power when it comes to interest rate, but when it comes to the central bank as the lender of last resort or as the banker to the government, but that's where the problem lies. That role, that they are functional, they are bankers to the government, and the government, whenever we have a shortfall in our revenue expectations, what do? We go to the central bank and tell them, just print money, just like what Buhari was doing there.
Yes,
We have a
just
shortfall, print money and give us the money. And that was what actually be able to balloon, that was what Bojon ballooned, what's it called? The ways and means overdraft
And
facility.
all of these
to
things,
that level.
all of these things
And
were,
I think,
all of these things, if I would recollect, were really was perpetuated during the COVID period.
Exactly.
There
I
was
mean,
a
because
lot
job
of
not able to
printing.
check. People attention was diverted to something
The
entirely.
amount of money that was
just distributed and it's pumped out to say, we want to do on palliatives, we want to do on COVID relief funds. In addition to the ones that are able to get external borrowings, exactly that was the time. Between that 2019, 2020,
this was the period when Nigeria
2021,
got almost $3 billion in blending from the IMF.
IMF, exactly. The one we got for relief, the facility that we got, that we just finished repaying now. So I agree, I think it's around that period that it heightened the more. And then when, we couldn't be able to sell oil as much as possible, central bank just prints money so that at least we ensure that the economy is reflated. We ensure that money is out of the governors, they can be able to bring out money, and money be able to get to the grassroots, and then not to be able to tank the economy down to the last breath. But maybe those are some of what have actually been their concern and what they actually haggled over at that period. But with what we heard now, and that's what people might worry, and two things, okay, maybe my worries, and then first is, the CBN now claim that measures are in place to ensure that such is forestalled in the future.
Yes.
That a central bank governor is not just in cahoots with the presidency to just be printing money without check, just be able to do it and then without giving a cost to what's going to be able to happen tomorrow. But the other thing there will be, those measures are in place. And in fact, I mentioned a particular director of an operations unit in the central bank that will be able to check that. And by now, if you go to the central bank website, the last one they released about how they have been able to clear those of the backlogs in the ways and means have actually been quite commendable. We just hope that it's not just audio money, as some people will say. It's not just audio records, or it's not just video records that we just see on the balance of payment report, the balance sheet record of the central bank to ensure this is what they have done in respect of that. But going forward as well, so that when another CBN governor now come on board, that now started telling us again,
we don't have this repeat.
A repeat of that again. That is my worry.
I feel like we need to. I feel like there needs to be systems put in place
to ensure that you don't be able to give them
this
such
thing does not happen ever again.
So that's exactly my own worry, David. That another CBN governor will not come maybe the next, perhaps it's just 1 year into his tenure, 2 years into his tenure now. Maybe after 5 years, if he's not renewed, and started telling us again what is happening. Because look at NMPC, for example. Look at what they are telling us, the 500 billion missing fund in NMPC. We never knew about that until this Ojulari came on board as well, and telling us
897 million spent
on refineries. That's not working. Warrior has not produced one liter. Even though he went there, look at all the media shows and said, this is the Warrior they said will not work in November last year. Maybe Port Harcourt at least did up to about 40%. What's happening to that one now? In fact, during the newspaper review this morning, we're there with one of our editor, Mr. Bass, who was even talking about that. That, it's just more or less like a jamboree show of some sort. Because look at how many journalists it took to Warrior last year.
Yes.
And try to be able to tell that, look at the naysayers, thank you very much, who said this will not work. But look at it. In fact, the report was that the president was actually very mad over that. That was what led to his removal. And then we are seeing what Ojulari, the new GMD, was not telling us about what transpired during the administration of Kyari. It's just becoming unbelievable. So that's exactly what the fear will emanate from, and that we hope we'll not be able to see that.
Let me not go further into that subject.
Yeah, of course, okay.
It's
just a diversion in itself. Discussion as well. Deep black hole that you just keep digging and digging, and then you just keep getting into it. What is actually happening?
Can we ever
get it right?
Can we ever make it? Sometimes you think about
maybe we will be able to keep just like Elizabeth used to say, we'll keep the hope alive anyway. Yes, I will keep it there. I hope that we'll definitely get out of it.
One question I want to ask is about development finance. What is the way out for SMEs at this point? SMEs are dealing with borrowing costs at 32%. When you look at the lending profile of the banks are not lending to SMEs.
Of course,
because SMEs simply don't. What is your profit margin?
That for you to be able to get that, you can pay back.
What's your profit margin to be sure that you're going to record 40%? Are you sure that what business are you running that has a net profit margin of 40% for you to be able to pay back a bank loan of 40%? So what is the hope for SMEs at this point? Are the governors looking at development financing as a tool?
Of course.
Is the federal government looking at development financing? What is BOI doing? BOI has a BOI. As a mandate. I think 2023 their loan books is around 500 billion.
Okay. Yes. Exactly.
Meanwhile, we have just some of the manufacturers lending profile around run into 2 trillion. Oh my God. So what is 500 billion? 500 billion as
a quarter of that.
It's a portion.
A very small portion, just a fractional amount of the loan request of about 2 trillion. I mean, thank you, David.
So what's the do you think? What's the hope for SMEs at this
point? We just hope. In fact, one of the things that one of our banner headline stories today was the fact that even the microfinance that were actually designed by mandate, by act, to be able to give loans to MSMEs have even deviated from that.
Oh my God.
And they've actually been able to take up the usual fund intermediation process of depository lendings, just like what the commercial banks are doing.
Yes.
I mean, the report was shown there because when Central Bank released their data yesterday, was actually glad that most of the loan books as well, instead of actually giving it to SMEs that are the nucleus, they're actually the catalysts, they're the stimulators of economic activity, they're not even giving it to them. And that is worrying. We're not mentioning about DFIs, BOIs, the BOAs, what are they really doing as well? Because if BOI has a loan portfolio of about 500 billion, just like you said, manufacturing alone is about 2 trillion. Not to talk about other sectors, right? There will also be in those spaces who are actually in need, of these loans,
loans
to actually be able to get that. Maybe that's another thing. But more importantly, and that's exactly what when we ask the microfinance, for example, why is it the case that you actually be able to prioritize, given depository loans, just giving deposit instead of actually giving loans, just taking deposit and loans. And they're saying, fine, because of risk exposure. And it is not all connected to this interest rate you are talking about.
Yes.
Just like you said, if you have an NPR of 27.5%, asymmetric corridor plus 500, that's about 32.5. What business will you do?
What business are you going to be running?
To be running that, to be getting that amount of money on a monthly basis.
If you're running a
even if you are doing what they call these the Ponzi schemes, I don't know, maybe and maybe that's the only one you are doing. Maybe that you can be able to get. So to go and get a loan. So imagine you take a loan and you're paying back that amount of money on a monthly basis, at 32.5%. That is killing. That's going to strangulate the business. It's going to bleed out the business if you are not careful. Exactly. So that is exactly what. So the DFI is needed to be able to come in with those other loans.
Yes.
Maybe those facilities, those relief facilities.
Maybe that's where that government spending now has to come
to, and then maybe divert some of those ones there. So and if now need additional funds, yes, you can be able to do that. Go to commercial banks, but the DFI, just like I said, before you go to commercial banks, the DFIs should actually be the very first point of call.
Yes.
To businesses to ensure that at least they're able to be able to get friendly loans, friendly rates. They get loans that are quite friendly that allow them to actually be able to boost their business and will not actually be worrying about the cost of borrowing that is really, really pushing down the business and is hitting them down 6 feet under.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. It's been a lovely conversation we've had on.
Thank you very much,
Big
David.
Story this
okay,
morning.
So our time is up.
Our time is up. Our time is fast spent. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I didn't even notice. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, so it's been a lovely conversation.
So hopefully, just like you said, before we finish, I think we expect them to be able to hold the rates today, hopefully.
Time is just 11 a.m.
Thank
so
you. Before by now, very soon we'll get to know what they're going to do.
We'll get their reports. Have a lovely morning, and this is the Business Day Breakfast Show.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
calling it a historical EU-UK reset, a kind of halfway back to folding into the EU family, and the opposition are hitting on that. Others will agree it's the pragmatic response as the Trump White House stops writing checks for Europe's defense, and there's a huge opportunity to participate in defense contracting. The Labour government in the last local elections were humiliated as citizens lose trust, and more importantly, the economy is biting hard. Turning the page and writing a new chapter is great rhetoric, but this will not significantly tone down the headwinds, as deals like this, to be signable, have to come with pros and cons for both sides. Hello, welcome back to Global Business Insights, where we look closer at headlines, moving markets, and offer perspectives on the business environment. So what was agreed at Lancaster House and what does it mean? Three main pillars on fishing. For example, a new deal keeps the status quo of European Union boats having access to UK waters until 2038. Boris Johnson says it extends the time of plundering of British seas. British holidaymakers will be able to use e-gates when travelling around the EU, and it will be easier to trade food across the UK-EU border. And a new security pact will also allow British defence contractors to access EU funds for defence contracts and defence development. British Meat Processors Association, BMPA, strongly welcomed the announcement, which reduces the mountain of paperwork to prove compliance with EU sanitary and phytosanitary controls, previously costing business a fortune with little added value. There is easier mobility, like I said, for holidaymakers. EU citizens can use e-gates in the UK and vice versa, but there is no obligation on individual countries nor any firm timescale for when it could happen. Also, the UK and the EU have agreed to cooperate further on a youth experience scheme. Much still has to be detailed out in terms of execution. Is this enough to save Starmer at the next elections? Perhaps not. Indeed, what has been agreed so far only dismantles a small fraction of the trade barriers erected post-Brexit. On prices, while retailers like the deal, it's not clear if savings in costs will be passed on, but this potentially limits the trend of future price increases as far as goods are concerned. The good news is that attention is being given to the economy. This is the second deal to be agreed in less than 2 weeks after signing a deal with the United States earlier. Kemi Badenoch, who heads the Conservatives, can't be expected to hail this win, as she calls it, taking the UK backwards. My take that the discussion took place at all has to be a win for Starmer. Now to other stories. The S&P 500 inched up to bring its winning streak to 6 days. Yesterday's gains were marginal, but still add to what has been a rapid and sharp rebound for stocks over the past 5 weeks. The S&P 500 is now just 3% from its record high, and investors even shrugged off, apparently, the downgrade of the US government's credit by Moody's ratings. The gains continued despite lingering uncertainty around the impact of tariffs on the economy and worries about a potential US recession. Coinbase yesterday became the first cryptocurrency exchange to join the Standard & Poor's 500 index, marking a pivotal moment for the digital assets industry. The inclusion on the S&P 500 also was a point of pride for Coinbase, which consumers use to buy, sell, transfer, and store various cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin. U.S. long-term borrowing costs jumped to their highest level since late 2023 after Moody's stripped the country's AAA credit rating, and progress on a budget bill fueled more concerns about the government's mounting debt burden. Yields on 30-year U.S. Treasuries rose as much as 0.14 percentage points to 5.04% yesterday before coming down a bit, exceeding a peak reached during the tariff sell-off last month and putting the country's long-term borrowing costs at their highest point since November 2023. General Motors has informed employees and dealers for its China export business, that was on Thursday last week in China, that it would stop shipping vehicles to China from the United States. This is as the US and China continue their discussions on tariffs and other trade issues. It's being reported that Nippon Steel plans to invest $14 billion in the U.S., that's in U.S. Steel's operations, including up to $4 billion in a new steel mill if the administration gives the okay on its bid for the iconic U.S. company. Details show Nippon will plow in $11 billion into U.S. Steel's infrastructure through 2028, which includes $1 billion in a greenfield site expected to grow by $3 billion over following years. French President Emmanuel Macron has said this year's Choose France Business Summit is set to secure 20 billion euros, that's about $22.4 billion of new investment with projects in the defense, energy and industrial sectors. The Choose France Summits, which will hold at the opulent Palace of Versailles, a must-attend for the global corporate elite, have been credited for a turnaround in past investor perceptions of France. Despite the foreign investment inflows into France, Macron has not been able to stop French companies from making huge investments abroad. An example is Sanofi's plan to spend at least $20 billion to boost manufacturing in the United States, a move that annoyed French politicians. Regeneron, an American pharmaceutical company, agreed to buy 23andMe, a bankrupt genetic testing firm, for $256 million. Waning demand for 23andMe's genetic analysis kits led the company to file for bankruptcy in March. Regeneron said it would comply with 23andMe's existing privacy policies and share its data plans with a court-appointed ombudsman. Profits at Qatar Airways were 7.85 billion reals, that's about $2.15 billion in the 2024 financial year. That's a rise of about 28% from the previous year. Healthy demand in the Gulf has helped Qatar Airways to release what it called its strongest set of financial results in its history. Last week, Qatar Airways ordered 160 jets from Boeing during Trump's tour of the Gulf. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has planned to meet with Trump as part of efforts to mend fences and also offers an olive branch to Elon Musk, who claims whites are discriminated against in the country. Trump has taken aim at South Africa during his second term, citing disapproval of its land reform policy and of its genocide case against Israel before the International Court of Justice. Still in South Africa, Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana is due to return to Parliament May 21st for a third attempt at passing South Africa's budget after disputes with coalition partners over plans to increase VAT revenue. The focus will be on how he plugs a 75 billion rand, that's about $4.1 billion budget hole, as polls see a narrow deficit in the following fiscal year, 4.4%, but still well above the Treasury's last projection of 3.8%. Analysts also expect a projection of accelerating economic growth as a likely option to justify an increase in tax revenue to balance the books. Huawei launched 2 new laptop models yesterday, the first sold with its own Harmony operating system, in a bid to take on Western big tech rivals and show resilience. This is as the United States seeks to limit its access to crucial chips. The House of Representatives in the U.S. has already advanced Trump's big bill, a massive tax cut and border security package, out of a key House committee in a rare Sunday night vote. The bill, labeled the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, passed the House Budget Committee by a vote of 17 to 16 after a few Republican deficit hawks changed their vote following commitments on spending cuts. Republicans remain divided over major aspects of the bill, including cuts to Medicaid and limits on the deductibility of state and local taxes. Analysts say the bill would also add $3 trillion to $5 trillion to the nation's debt over the next decade. House Speaker Mike Johnson is pushing for the chamber to pass the legislation and send it on to the Senate before the May 26th U.S. Memorial Day holiday. Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta President Raphael Bostic says the Fed is on pace to do only a single quarter point rate cut in 2025, which undercuts current rate market bets of at least 2 cuts by December and 4 total rate cuts priced in by the second half of 2026. And on central banks, later today, we will get a decision from the Nigeria Central Bank of Nigeria, that's the Monetary Policy Committee, on interest rates. That will be on conclusion of the policy meeting that will be ending today. Markets hope for a modest cut, but may get this time only a strong signal of easing and a hold on rates. We have to wait and see how that decision unfolds. UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves says the next UK trade deal will be with Gulf states, adding that after deals with India, US and Europe, the UK was now in a better place on trade than any other country in the world. Australia's central bank cut its policy rate by 25 basis points to the lowest in 2 years as inflation concerns in the country continue to recede. The Reserve Bank of Australia cut the benchmark rate to 3.85%, its lowest since May 2023. The People's Bank of China trimmed the 1-year loan prime rate to 3% from 3.1% and the 5-year loan prime rate to 3.5% from 3.6%. This was the first reduction in rates since the central bank's 25 basis points cut in October as Beijing intensifies efforts to shore up its economy. Crude oil flat as traders gauged signs on ending the Ukraine-Russia war and of return of Russian oil. Crude rebounded after easing in the trade war between the US and China boosted risk sentiment. Any indication of reduction of sanctions on Russia or Iran could potentially add more barrels to a global market that is already facing a glut. This as OPEC Plus returns shuttered production. One can still expect a lot of volatility given the mix of factors with risks tilting to lowering prices. U.S. drug maker Pfizer signed a licensing agreement worth about $6 billion with the Chinese biopharmaceutical company 3S Bio Inc. for development, manufacturing, and commercialization of a drug which could be used to treat certain types of cancer and tumors. The drug candidate, which is being evaluated for non-small cell lung cancer, metastatic colorectal cancer, and gynecological tumors, is currently undergoing multiple clinical trials in China. 3S Bio plans to initiate the first phase 3 trial in China this year. Asia-Pacific markets inched up as investors digest the Reserve Bank of Australia's policy rate decision as well as the listing of the world's largest battery manufacturer, Contemporary Amperex Technology. Shares of the world's largest battery maker, Contemporary Amperex Technology, rose over 11% in their Hong Kong trading debut today. Shares traded at 292 Hong Kong dollars a piece on the stock exchange pre-market, a healthy premium over the IPO price of $263. That's Hong Kong dollars per share. Well, that's it on this edition of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
I think essential thing is for the regulations to kind of streamline processes. So when I mean streamline processes, right? So yeah, make it easier for digital platform or maybe startups, to come into the system, perhaps through maybe a regulatory sandbox, right? So a regulatory sandbox is a very safe environment where solutions are being tested in a controlled environment by regulators, right? Where issues are actually troubleshoot products, challenges that product could face actually experienced within a controlled environment. And you know, having a regulatory sandbox or implementing a regulatory sandbox for for digital platform, I think it will go a long way, to help the growth of digital platforms in the country, and also keep them better equipped, right, to scale on a larger basis, whenever they come out, to the general public. Before I go into that question, I need to give kudos to both the government and our National Assembly for passing the insurance bill, right? Which we expect that before December 2025, it will be an act of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, right? So how can the federal government really help the sector by incentivizing the sector, right? By ensuring that you don't overtax them, right? And if you have new insurance companies coming in, by ensuring that the minimum capital for going into that sector is something that people can actually afford, right? And also perhaps it could imitate. I mean, the FG could imitate what the other countries are doing. For example, Kenya, you see MTBA, you see some of the insurance platform where tax reliefs are given to them for them to really float before they go into general space, right? So again, what else can the federal government do by liberalizing the economy as well, for making sure that the economy is well protected for investors to come in? Because any investor that is coming into any country and you don't have well coordinated rules and regulation, or you don't have a process for your exit upon your investment, it becomes a problem, because a challenge for the investors to really come into the country. So the government can do a lot of things. They could even go into partnership through the regulators with these insurance companies to bring them to the table to say, what, we want you to succeed in this sector. Let's go into the partnership. Let's identify your problems. Let's find solutions to your problems, and let's take your industry to the next level. The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is they are growing, right? But there's still one or two things that needs to be done for the company to I'm sorry, not company, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right, and be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right. So, for example, now in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right. Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
Business Day, which is the leading business newspaper or finance newspaper in Nigeria today, has been playing a big role in terms of the insurance aspect. The insurance conference is something I've followed, done by Business Day. But this time around, this year, I said, look, we must be a part of it. It's something that we believe and we like. We like the impact. People trust activities or things done by Business Day. So yes, we do believe in that. We have to find the right balance. Innovation, you can't stop innovation. So what you're going to have is innovators are going to be ahead. Then they're going to have the regulators coming in to say, look, regulate what the innovators have done. And I think it's something that the regulators will want to encourage. NICOM, as a regulator in the insurance industry, wants to grow it. We keep on talking about this 1% penetration. I think NICOM will want to grow that 1% to 2%, 3%. And the only way they can do that is to encourage innovation. So there has to have that handshake, there has to have that partnership. In some areas, NICOM has created sandboxes to allow the operators put in some of their innovations or their tech into it to test it, so that doesn't restrict them from innovating. We recently launched technology platform or digital solution. It's called Raha by No. What basically it is, what we keep on realizing is people don't like to contact the insurance companies because there's a belief that I only call my insurance company when there is a problem, when they have a claim to make. So what our digital solution is trying to do, which is Raha by No, is to provide people a lifestyle to tie in their insurances to their various lifestyles. So there's a reason to continue to talk with our digital solution. So we believe with that, you have more financial protection, financial planning through Raha by No. You're able to do more about knowing more about your motor vehicle insurance, things that come about in it. For instance, today there are various fines that are coming up by overspeeding on various roads. And these are safety issues. These are things that also concern insurance because we believe, or if you drive faster, you have a higher risk of having an accident. So through Rahab, I know we should be able to encourage people to say, look, oh, these are the new guidelines by the Lagos State or federal government of Nigeria. So you have more engagement. We believe our digital solution will have more lifestyle engagement with our clients and our participants. Oh, fantastic. Sometime last year, we received approval from NICOM to provide micro-takaful. Micro-takaful basically allows us to provide insurance to the lowest people. So as little as 500 naira, you should be able to do that. Now, we understand with our takaful model, it's not just about profit making, but service orientation. So we believe that we've been able to grow as an organization. We believe that part of our services now is to ensure that the small man, little man on the streets of Nigeria, the little man who is working in the farms, who is trading, is able to have adequate cover. They're the ones that are seriously affected when we have floods or fires in the market. They can't survive. So we believe with the micro takaful, we should be able to penetrate these without compromising on our services, our professionalism, our ethics and values as well.
Yes, I think so because apart from the audience that were here, it's a mix of practitioners, media men, and some other group of people. The paper that was delivered by the rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management really had food for thought that if people put them to practice, it will definitely improve the lots of the insurance industry and it would help us to get to our place, our dream place, very, very soon, much sooner than expected. If this program had not been held, maybe it would have been longer. But if we put those things to practice, we will definitely have a better insurance industry. Yeah, personally, I don't think so. I think it's because of the economy. Before you can think of insurance, you have to think of your basic needs first: food, housing, shelter, and now the fourth basic need, education for the children. So, but if you know and understand insurance a little bit, maybe if we play it up a little bit, you will know that insurance can actually help you to meet these four basic needs: housing, clothing, shelter, and education. So no, we're not underlooking it. It's just that the realities of times and season is making people to put insurance not as the first four things, but gradually things would improve, all things being equal. Yes, one of the things that government can do is to look at the area of taxation, the taxation of insurance organizations. If they could lessen it a little bit, it will have them, the insurance organizations, to have more funds to play around with. And with that, we'll be able to do more marketing. We'll be able to do more sensitization. And also, government can also support insurance organization by making the field a little bit freer because like now we are expecting the president would sign into law the Insurance Act 2025. We look forward to having that signed as soon as possible. We know that it's very busy, but we would appreciate if we could just give it a little bit more attention for the insurance industry. If we have that Insurance Act in place, then things will definitely move much more faster for the industry and it will improve the lots of the economy because if we're going to do this ritual economy that we're planning to do with His Excellency, then it's high time that we put in more effort on the insurance space to help the government to achieve that trillionaire economy that we're looking at.
Yes, it is. And why am I saying that? I mean, there are lots of things that are really happening. I mean, like what you guys are doing currently today, you're creating awareness. And even within the industry itself, is it the NIA? They are creating the awareness. Is it the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria? They are creating the awareness. And even most of the insurance companies that, in terms of the amount of money they pump into their publicity, they are also creating the awareness. So I think it's just a matter of time before people knows the importance of insurance. Because whether we like it or not, protection is very key, either in form of your asset or in form of your life. And if you don't have that protection in place, invariably it's just a matter of time. The person will not really appreciate, the importance of taking up insurance. Okay, I think for us, one of the things that we try to do, we're very proactive. So in terms of things happening, within the economy, we try as much as possible to put our ears to the ground, so that invariably, we come up with products that can address, the inflation that is currently happening in the market. And then we have those products in place, products that, in terms of investment, in terms of the risk base, we have those products. And then for retirees too, because right now we know that for retirees, there are two options for them, in terms of when they are through with the RSA. Either they can do program withdrawal, they can do annuity. And for us, in terms of the way we price our annuity, we do it in such a way that, we ensure that the annuitants, in respect of the way they are able to sustain their financial obligations throughout their lives, it's there for them. And you know that for annuity business is guaranteed for 10 years. And if the person survives 10 years, the person lives for 20 years, 30 years, he still gets that monthly payment, which I think and I believe that, could help, in terms of when people retire. Very good question. For us, what has actually helped the banking industry is trust. And that is what we are trying to build, within the insurance space. I think one of the things that we are trying to do is to give those testimonials. And if you check most of our adverts, in terms of the claims that we've paid over time, it could reflect, in terms of those that, that they've lost dear ones, paying to their beneficiaries. We've paid, in the region of more than, several billions. And then even for the annuitants too, what we pay on a monthly basis. I'll say that in our records now, over time, in terms of the asset under liability under the annuity, is over 50 billion. Yes, and we make sure that before the 28th of every month, all the annuitants, they are paid, they are paid on time. So whether we like it or not, these are the things that can actually build trust in the market. Because when you give them promise and you fulfill the promise, they act as ambassadors, to be able to, project the positive image of the industry. And I think it's just a matter of time. We'll get there, and we're on course.
I mean, there are many trends we can think about, but just to summarize, I would say lots of digital interaction, because we're building a young army of very digitally able and digitally enabled individuals. So they want to engage online. They want to be able to do things at their own convenience. They don't want to have to go to a particular place to get things done. So that's one of the major trends. People are also looking for more simple information. They want things that are more digitally engaging. So we have to move into more infographics. We need to do more videos and things to engage people, because reading long contracts is also going to be very difficult as well. We're seeing emerging trends when you think about cybersecurity issues. We're talking to companies, but how will it affect an individual? What if somebody uses your device to cause problems and you are facing a liability? So I think there will be a lot of questions that will come to the bear, as well as when we're thinking about mobility. Cars are changing. The ownership of cars will change. So how would you insure your car? Would you own a car? Would you have a piece of time to use the car? And how do you protect yourself during that period? I think those are some of the quick things to think about. And maybe lastly, healthcare. We're seeing a lot of people caring more about their health, be more health aware. And so having solutions that can help them, not just when they're ill, but to prevent things, for them to enjoy themselves, maybe have access to a gym, to exercise, to some massage or things like that. I think those are major things that we're seeing across our different businesses. I mean, cosmetic provisions are very debatable, as you can imagine, right? Insurance is protecting you against unexpected and what we call fortuitous loss, something that might or might not happen. Everyone will die, but we don't know when and what time. But when it comes to cosmetic surgery, you plan, you actually decide to do it. So your typical insurance pricing will be very different. So I don't see it in the shortest period of time. What I see where you can then have some level of professional support, so you don't go to the wrong people because they are cheaper. I will see that happening very quickly. But in terms of insurance covering things like cosmetic, it's not really top, except it's because of an underlying issue. So if somebody has a cleft palate and they need to change that and really get them to look better, build new lips and all of that for them, that is covered, because that is not a norm. But when you want to just look more beautiful than you are already, then you might need to just invest a little bit in getting that to happen. And from research today, I see that the industry is more open to collaboration. I see that people we're thinking, we want a better industry. Penetration is still low, even though we're impacting a lot. but we're still not doing enough when it comes to retail customers, SMEs. And I think there's an opportunity for us as insurers to work together, to learn from each other, and to perhaps find some ways to collaborate to solve some problems together. So I look forward to even the deliberation on innovation, just for others to know what's going on and what's possible. So this is, I think, a really great event. Thanks to Business Day. Thank
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive, and it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate, but we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War, but the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing, from energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long would this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. In the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely, in making policies, legislatures in enacting laws, will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people, are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money, they can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time. Oh, several. We're pioneering the Noila, which is a dual purpose chicken breed that can change the face of protein malnutrition in Africa. And already we have over 1.2 million rural households. And we have nearly 10,000 mother units that are buying the day-old chicks, raising them for 5 weeks, and distributing all around the country. It's been very, very successful. We're very proud of it. Also doing innovations like empowering farmers for broiler feed production, for sellers of chicken and beef and fish and eggs. So we're very, very proud of what we've been able to achieve in the protein space, in spite of all the challenges, while still forging ahead. Okay, for instance, our outgrower farmers, we give them the subsidized day-old chick price because we're the number one producers of day-old chicks in Nigeria. We're able to give them a certain subsidized price. We give them feed. We give them veterinary pharmaceuticals, also at subsidized prices. And most importantly, we take the products back from them into our chicken processing plants in Uyo, Kaduna, Benin, and Ibadan. That way, we're able to produce a closed circuit, end to end, for the farmers. And we've, by the grace of God, been able to bring thousands of farmers back into active business. Well, there's a lot of government can do, and I know they're doing a lot. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of effort, but like I said, we need to move away from from creating ideas to implementing the ideas we already have. And for instance, energy Why is a farm in Nigeria paying an energy bill? In many countries, energy for farming is subsidized. The road networks, we were fortunate, the Oyo State governor, Engineer Sheyi Makinde, visited one of our facilities and saw how horrible the road was. And we're glad to say that that road has been commissioned now. But how many people have that benefit? So infrastructure, government can help us with, and also the right environment, the economic environment. Government has no business doing agriculture. They have every business facilitating the production of food to get to the average Nigerian at the lowest price. And I wish them all the luck, all the best in the efforts that they're currently on.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale. Oh, very fantastic. So we work across 10 states in Nigeria, providing women farmers access to mechanization through cooperatives. We service flour mills of Nigeria, Coast rice. These are some of the biggest growers in the country. We provide fit-for-purpose mechanization from land preparation to harvesting services, and we have seen an increase in yield. Now, we deploy these solutions with an intent for the farmers to succeed, thereby becoming partners to the farmers for the future. We are at the verge of launching our e-commerce platform. It's called the Correct Farmer Platform for farmers to access these products from the comfort of their homes across board, and the growing population of farmers that we have needs to have these tools at their fingertips. The government needs to make their policy more consistent. That's all.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector. You bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach, so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table. I mean, it's a broad question. Like I said, agribusiness is a complex system. So I can't prescribe 1 or 2, 3 actionable steps. The first is different players need to understand what their role is. And government needs to use their power in the most effective way. That's the first. So what's the best way for them to use their power? I think that is to bring players to the table, align incentives for all of them, and then ensure that it's implemented. So you bring farmers, you bring commercial investors, you bring financiers, you bring input suppliers, and then you find the right incentives, the right partners, development partners, and you ensure that that's implemented, right? That's one, but it's a complex problem. So there's so many. There'll probably be a list of 100 things to be done. But the fact is, we can't solve the problem the way we are right now, because we're fragmented. Most of the things we have is wasting. So we need a systems approach. In that systems approach, government's role is to facilitate, bring every important stakeholder to the table. And the third is we then need to, all of those players need to take their part as financiers and investors, as service providers, as agriculture and agribusiness companies, and solve their own part of the problem.
For us, starting with especially when we talked about cluster, especially for agriculture,
We are ensuring that our rice farmers are in clusters. So right now, we have in Lagos a cluster of farms of about 1,000 hectares that is going to go into rice cultivation. We have 500 in Igua, which is in Ogun State. So we're having a cluster of farmers so that we can leverage on technology, particularly we're in talk with the drone producers for agro-input production so that we can reduce the cost of production and invariably the cost of output. Yes, there's tractor on the go, and particularly again for the rice farmers, we're actually making provisions for technology to serve them and input to serve them in their clusters that we have created. They're already live, so you just need to be in those groups. You have to be a part of the cooperative, part of the farming community in those groups where they are.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah. Technology comes in different forms and in shape. For us at Integrated Area Precision, we are providing farmers with precision agriculture solutions, such as drone technology services for spraying, planting of seed, application of fertilizers, something like end-to-end, also helping them to detect pests and diseases early as possible. So our farmers, first of all, must have an open mindset to adopt, right, accept and adopt this technology. And we can put from different stakeholders, we can put together models that can allow our farmers to be able to access this technology at scale. I mentioned during my speech, we need to move to cluster farming, move our smallholder farmers from a fragmented system of production to a clustered system of production that allows them have access, easy access, right, to these technologies. And not only technology, interventions from the government, policies can be focused on them, and they can be able to have a voice, right, that is aggregated, that is and strong. So, and with that, I believe that we can be able to have access to technology. And of course, we cannot put away the fact that funding is important, right? So we can come together to create a model that allows these farmers not only acquire this technology, but the goal is for them to have access, either through services or through other models. Yeah. Well, I would say that the government is an enabler. The government enables by creating the environment, the enabling environment. And what do I mean by enabling environment? The policies, right? The policies that make technology to strive, the policies that allows our farmers to work more efficiently. And working more efficiently, talking about cluster farming, we're going to be talking about land clearing and land development, and that is the responsibility of the government. And because the government is the owner of the land, right? So the government needs to do that and not moving away from land development into supporting farmers with, with the technology that can allow them to grow productively at scale and, more importantly, sustainably. So that's where government can come in. Okay. What's the difference? Well, this is 2025. One, but from our assessment, I can see the crop of stakeholders and professionals brought, in the room, and I believe that this is a hot pot, right, where these issues are being discussed, and I want to hope that from here we can be able to get into actions that result into real impact on real people, right? So beyond just talking, I can see the crop of people that is really significant and commendable. But what's going to be more important, and what I hope for through this conference, will be translating this discussion into action, right? We can see government, we can see private sector individuals, we can see development organizations who are interested in the agricultural sector. Yeah, we can be able to make things work.
Like I said in my presentation, all the stakeholders in the agri ecosystem in Nigeria, especially the government, and the private sector and investors need to come together to a round table to discuss the possible investment available for the mechanization ecosystem, especially for making tractors available to smallholder farmers, affordable tractors. If we have tractors that farmers can easily pay for, all right, it will reduce their dependency on rural or sorry on crude equipment. Okay, so the call to action is for every player in the system to sit down on a round table and discuss how to make this possible. If it is investment, bring in your investment. If it is policy, how can government policy improve and impact positively on the availability of tractors? Can we, by policy, increase the number of tractors available to farmers across Nigeria? Can we, by policy, reduce the costs of tractors currently? So I think that is with the various stakeholders and the powers that be to make sure that tractors are everywhere for smallholder farmers. Yeah, and I think that's the way to go. With what we currently have, even imported tractors are not enough. Right, there's a huge deficit of almost about 200,000 tractors in Nigeria. We can make that up. We can make up that number by fabricating locally, by supporting local fabricators. I don't think we have up to 5 firms or companies fabricating currently in Nigeria. We can increase the number of local fabricators. We can make funds available to them to be able to include. We can develop markets for them. We can help them with demand. We can help them with all sort of their capacity to be able to adequately fabricate and manufacture and release these tractors to the farming population to enable everybody have at least enough tractors to farm their land. We provide technology services connecting farmers to owners of tractors, number one. We also work in policy, working with the government to see how, through the impact of policy, we can reduce drastically the effect of the economy on fabricators and manufacturers and importers of tractors. Right. Number three, we collaborate. We work with every interested private sector player, public sector player, and farmer groups to understand the various challenges and how to play our role in reducing the problems. Yeah, it's definitely a limitation because, again, like I said at the presentation, if farmlands are scattered everywhere, it's almost impossible for any owner of tractor to make their tractors available. All right. So how do we start clustering farmers? How do we start bringing them together? How do we make it possible for a particular, for instance, a particular 200 hectares or 1,000 hectares? Yeah. How do we make it possible for farmers to actually cultivate together? Right? How do we build a farming community? Okay, so that when a tractor hits that community, the owner is able to till about 1,000 hectares or even 500 hectares or 2,000 hectares, right, without moving out of that community. So clustering is the way to go. Developing farming communities is the way to go. My major takeaway from this event is that if, again, all the stakeholders can collaborate and they mean it, it's possible to make Nigeria so food secure.
So I think number one, it's a myth to say that we don't have farmers in Lagos. In the last 6 months, 9 months to 1 year, we in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, we've been on farm tours, moving around various farms in the 3 agricultural zones of Lagos in Badagry, Ikorodu, and Ekpe areas. Maybe we don't have as many vegetable or crop farmers as you have in other parts of the country because our farmers are more focused on poultry, livestock, piggery, and aquaculture. So they are also farmers. And then you have the artisanal fishermen as well. But we do have farmers indeed in Lagos. In the Ojo axis, for instance, Badagry, you have a lot of vegetable farmers. In the Ekpe axis, Ikorodu axis, you have a lot of aquaculture and poultry farmers. And in other areas, you have pig farmers as well. So number one, it is a myth that we do not have farmers. Being here today at the Business Day Summit, moving Nigeria from food scarcity to sufficiency and what have you, it just consolidates everything we have been doing as a Lagos state government under the leadership of Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, putting together a market-led transformation. I was very happy that in there, one of the panelists had mentioned that systems and building the right kind of systems for all stakeholders within the value chain is actually what is most critical, rather than giving silo-led interventions, which is what is the norm. And having a market-led transformation system is actually the fulcrum of all we are doing in the state government in Lagos State. And essentially, it is harmonizing all the efforts of value chain actors. So you're talking about logistics providers, you're talking about storage facilities being made available, you're talking about input providers, you're talking about market actors themselves, the market men and women, you're talking about aggregators, you're talking about financiers, you're talking about everybody and anyone you can think of in the value chain that would ensure that your food moves from the farm to your table. That is the essence of having a market-led system, and that is what we are doing in Lagos State. Building the largest food logistics hub, which will cater to the aggregation that is required to be able to consolidate all holdings around food and ensure that at least we have a minimum of 180 days of availability of food if there's a disruption in the system. Yes, would that guarantee?
That guarantee drop in prices.
Yes, that's the whole idea, because when you have enough food available, it means you take out fluctuations as regards availability. Also, you have preservation in place, because you can't store food without having the right preservation technologies in place. At the same time, the price point at which you buy, it means you no longer are subject to demand and supply fluctuations or even climatic conditions, because you have the foods available year round, and for that reason you can actually stabilize prices. These are areas we have seen are critical to the overall ecosystem in agriculture, and this is where we are putting our monies behind, to ensure that for the entire Nigerian space. And when we talk about agricultural food availability, Lagos is at the forefront. We understand our place as the largest market in sub-Saharan Africa, and we know that we must also collaborate with other states that have the capacity and capability to be able to provide the quantum of food that is required. So this is not just a silo game. It is for all of us, private sector, public, non-governmental, civil society, for all of us to partner, come together, and ensure that we have food available for everyone. So I hope I have broken the myth for you, but I mean, it's left for you to come and see what we are doing in the space, but we indeed do have farmers. I mean, come out during World Food Day celebration and you'll see that Lagos does indeed have farmers. No, when you say eggs are expensive,
Everything that
in Lagos, we just rounded up the Onje Eco Food Farmers Subsidy Program, where we actually subsidize input feed for poultry farmers and aquaculture farmers. We gave a 25% subsidy. We worked with the likes of Olam and with the likes of Animal Care in ensuring that the farmers got the feed also directly from the manufacturers themselves. And that was able to help bring down the cost of eggs and the cost of chicken and the cost of even fish. Right now, as I speak to you, at one of our facilities, which is the middle level hub at Mushi Idiro, that's a fresh food hub, egg is sold at the lowest price in the state. And when I'm talking about eggs, I'm talking about the largest sized eggs, and a crate is going for 5,300, whereas in other parts of the state we have eggs going for about 6,000 to 6,500 naira. The same thing is happening for many other products, and these are things that we are working on as a state government to say, when we have specific locations, when we have facilities that can be controlled in terms of quality, in terms of accessibility by the farmers themselves, where you negate the middlemen, then consumers will be able to access food at lower prices, and government will also be able to intervene properly and ensure that in terms of subsidies, in terms of interventions, it is going straight from government to the consumer, taking out the middleman in the whole space. My major takeaways from this event would be that, number one, we have actors who are really practicing within the space, and when
afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making the headlines this afternoon. Lagos State secures $22 million investment to expand fiber infrastructure. Naira for Crude initiative enables consistent reduction in fuel price, says Dangote. My fight is against bad governance, not Tinubu, says Peter Obi. UK, France, Canada warn Israel of sanction over Gaza war. Man City don't deserve Champions League spot, says Guardiola. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Lagos State government has secured a $22 million foreign direct investment for the expansion of fiber optic infrastructure. According to reports, this is in a move to boost its push for smart connectivity and digital growth across the state. The announcement was made on Monday by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Infrastructure, Olufemi Daramola, during the ministerial press briefing commemorating the second year of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's second term in office. According to the government, the Lagos State Infrastructure's Maintenance and Regulatory Agency secured a $22 million commitment as part of its ongoing efforts to expand the state fiber duct network. Moving on, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has announced that it has consistently reduced the price of premium motor spirit, commonly known as petrol, in Nigeria, despite rising global crude oil prices. In a statement signed by Anthony Chejina, the Group Chief Branding and Communications Officer, the company reaffirmed its commitment to price stability, attributing its ability to lower costs to the federal government's Naira for Crude initiative. The refinery revealed that its decision to maintain affordable petrol prices reflects its dedication to supporting Nigeria's economy and easing the financial burden on consumers. The statement highlighted the company's role in enhancing Nigeria's energy security and economic resilience by refining petroleum products domestically at its world-class facility. Now to end the local news, the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, has revealed that his only fight targets bad governance in Nigeria and not President Bola Tinubu. Obi revealed this in Abuja on Monday, May 19th, expressing concern about the country's health coverage, noting that most Nigerians lack insurance. The former presidential candidate added that Nigerian politicians focus too much on politics while paying little attention to improving the people's welfare. And on the foreign scene, the United Kingdom, France, and Canada have issued a joint warning to Israel, threatening to take concrete actions if the country continues its intensified military operations in Gaza. In a coordinated statement by British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the French President Emmanuel Macron, and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney called on Israel to stop its military operations and immediately allow humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. The leaders described the humanitarian situation as intolerable, pointing to a complete blockade that has prevented food, fuel, and medicine from entering the region since early March. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rejected the criticism, accusing the Western leaders of rewarding Hamas by pushing for an end to the war before the militant group is defeated. Now to end the news, Pep Guardiola has admitted that Manchester City would not deserve a place in next season's Champions League if they fail to finish in the Premier League's top 5. The City coach, however, expressed confidence that his side will qualify. Man City are enduring a disappointing season by their high standards, certain to end the campaign without a trophy for the first time since 2017. The Citizens are currently sitting in 6th position in the Premier League table ahead of Tuesday's home clash against Bournemouth, with 1 point behind Newcastle, Chelsea, and Aston Villa. Well, that's what we'll call it a wrap this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Dear leader, the time of increased uncertainty, unpredictability, and volatility is not a time to shrink, it's a time to expand. That is why I'm inviting you to join me and a small group of leaders on May 23 and 24, 2025 in Lagos, Nigeria. Yes, you need to see with new eyes, right? To recognize the opportunities and the obstacles. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing together at the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. Remember, accelerator. Some people are going to go 10x, 100x, 1000x after this session together. The first day we meet together, it's networking. That's one of the major places where you make your money at a meeting like this. And then most of the day on Saturday, 24th May. So register right away, grab your seat. See you on May 23.
Making big shifts is first about quality before it is about quantity. So sometimes what we want to do is to do more of what we're doing now. That will get some progress. That will bring some increase, but it's usually arithmetic. If you want the geometric one, the big jump, you realize it's not that you're going to get more than 24 hours. It's the same 24 hours. It's the same use, it's the same resources. It's more about quality than quantity. That's what I'm saying. It's more about who you are. It's more about your thinking. It's more about perspective. It's more about how you see the world.
Dear leader, when you want to take your business forward, what do? You check your capacity for exploration and your capacity for exploitation. Both are important strategies. Exploration has to do with new markets, new products, new services, expansion, and growth. The exploitation has to do with you deriving value from what is already there. Now you've got to be successful on both platforms. Now to do that, you need insights. You need insights to be able to move from resources to resourcefulness. And the best way to do that, you've got to hang around smart people. Because just a slight shift in your perspective would help you to uncover value where it is. Sometimes it's likely been around you for a long time, but you've not paid attention to it. Now that's exactly what's going to happen in the room at our Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable holding in Lagos, Nigeria on May 23 and 24. This is not going to be thousands of people like we normally do, just about 50 people in a room. Smart people. I remember recently at one of our meetings, so one of us took time to give some insights on the psychology of a particular core group that is a part of our target audience. When it was done, I gave him a hand clap. I said, you know what you just did? You just delivered the master class there. I like to hang around smart people. Remember, insight is the key to uncovering value. Now, with that small number of people, I'm also bringing in two of my friends who are highly experienced in business. We're going to be answering questions. We're going to be resolving issues for people. Amazing. Not to talk of the networking value. The first day, the 23rd, we're having dinner together and networking, getting to know one another. And on the 24th, almost the whole day, we'll be discussing together. We'll be resolving issues. Wow, this is the kind of a thing you don't want to miss. So we call it the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. The key word is accelerator. Why? It's for those of us that want to go 10x, 100x, 1000x. So, by the way, I have a few slots available for one-on-one with some people. I can do it for 50 people, just a few people, but a small number of people. So honestly, you need to just grab your seat right away. It's going to be revolutionary. And this is the only way to deal with the disruptions going on in our world right now. It's the only way. It's not the time to shrink. It's the time to expand. And James Clear says that if you're going 10x or 100x or 1000x, you don't increase complexity. You don't increase quantity. You actually go for simplicity. That simplicity comes through insight. So this is our investment of time and money in gaining insight, in gaining wisdom. Wow, this is going to be life-changing. Anyway, the seats are few. Grab yours fast. And I look forward to seeing you on May 23.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Their leader. The time of increased uncertainty, unpredictability, and volatility is not a time to shrink, it's a time to expand. That is why I'm inviting you to join me and a small group of leaders on May 23 and 24, 2025 in Lagos, Nigeria. Yes, you need to see with new eyes, right? To recognize the opportunities and the obstacles. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing together at the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. Remember, accelerator. Some people are going to go 10x, 100x, 1000x after this session together. The first day we meet together, it's networking. That's one of the major places where you make your money at a meeting like this. And then most of the day on Saturday, 24th May. So register right away, grab your seat. See you on May 23.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Their leader. When you want to take your business forward, what do? You check your capacity for exploration and your capacity for exploitation. Both are important strategies. Exploration has to do with new markets, new products, new services, expansion, growth. The exploitation has to do with you deriving value from what is already there. Now you've got to be successful on both platforms. Now to do that, you need insights. You need insights to be able to move from resources to resourcefulness. And the best way to do that, you've got to hang around smart people. Because just a slight shift in your perspective would help you to uncover value where it is. Sometimes it's likely been around you for a long time, but you've not paid attention to it. Now that's exactly what's going to happen in the room at our Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable holding in Lagos, Nigeria on May 23 and 24. This is not going to be thousands of people like we normally do, just about 50 people in a room. Smart people. I remember recently at one of our meetings, so one of us took time to give some insights on the psychology of a particular core group that is a part of our target audience. When it was done, I gave him a hand clap. I said, you know what you just did? You just delivered a master class there. I like to hang around smart people. Remember, insight is the key to uncovering value. Now, with that small number of people, I'm also bringing in two of my friends who are highly experienced in business. We're going to be answering questions. We're going to be resolving issues for people. Amazing. Not to talk of the networking value. The first day, the 23rd, we're having dinner together and networking, getting to know one another. And on the 24th, almost the whole day, we'll be discussing together. We'll be resolving issues. Wow, this is the kind of a thing you don't want to miss. So we call it the Business and Leadership Accelerator Roundtable. The key word is accelerator. Why? It's for those of us that want to go 10x, 100x, 1000x. So, by the way, I have a few slots available for one-on-one with some people. I can do it for 50 people, just a few people, but a small number of people. So honestly, you need to just grab your seat right away. It's going to be revolutionary. And this is the only way to deal with the disruptions going on in our world right now. It's the only way. It's not the time to shrink. It's the time to expand. And James Clear says that if you're going 10x or 100x or 1000x, you don't increase complexity. You don't increase quantity. You actually go for simplicity. That simplicity comes through insight. So this is our investment of time and money in gaining insight, in gaining wisdom. Wow, this is going to be life-changing. Anyway, the seats are few. Grab yours fast. And I look forward to seeing you on May 23.
Welcome to the Business Day Future of Payment Conference 2025.
The Business Day Future of Payments Conference 2025 brought together fintech experts at the 4 Points by Sheraton in Lagos, Nigeria on the 30th of April. The conference themed Fintech Evolution, Contactless Payments as the gateway to seamless transactions, had many stakeholders and professionals present during the occasion. The welcome address was delivered by Zebulon Agommo, BD Sunday editor, on behalf of the publisher Mr. Frank Ibogu.
Today's theme, Fintech Evolution, Contactless Payments as the gateway to seamless transactions, speaks directly to the shift we are witnessing in the way people and businesses move money around. From the market stores in Lagos to global e-commerce platforms, the demand for speed, safety, and simplicity is driving innovation like never before.
In the keynote address, Mr. Ugo Obasi, Executive Director at Afrigo, spoke on the history and evolution of contactless payments and its aim to strengthening the financial sector and economic growth.
Fraud has become a major concern globally. In our domestic market, lack of authentication for smaller transactions in contactless payments could raise additional concerns for users. So we hear stories of, when I tap my card on a machine, or somebody takes your card, or even you pass, and a reader or a device with a reader can take your money even in your pocket. So some of those things are myths that we have to address.
The Managing Director and CEO of RedTech Limited, Mr. Emmanuel Ojo, gave a presentation on future of payments and the changing role of technology in driving innovation.
There are predictions that in the continent, by year 2030, the growth of young Africans would have increased by 42%. And predictions have it that by year 2100, the growth would have increased by 181%. The reality is that digital payments are mostly powered by younger folks, because younger folks are more inquisitive and they have the tendency to like to drive innovation. So we believe that in the continent will significantly benefit from the youths going forward.
The program moved to a panel discussion on the next evolution of digital payments and contactless payments, with opportunities for questions and answers from the fintech experts.
Nigeria is a very peculiar market. Our current demographics, about 18 to 45, about 70% of our population lie between the ages of 18 and 45 years. So what that means is you're going to see a significant adoption of new and emerging technologies in this market, perhaps even more than any other market you look at in the Africa region, right? Look at what's happening in crypto. Nigeria is the number 2 market globally, not in Africa, right? Globally, as it pertains with crypto adoption and utilizing it for payments, only second to India, more than other Western nations and all of that. And the same thing you get, even if you try to be with autonomous vehicles or self-driving vehicles, people will tell you the same thing, that are you sure we can trust it? But I disagree. I don't think that's the issue.
In 2023, CBN has issued the guidelines for contactless payments. In 2021, I think, or 2020, CBN also released a framework for QR code acceptance and payments. So what we need from a legal perspective, which we didn't used to have in relation to in the earlier days of fintech adoption and the uprise, we have that now for contactless. So I don't think that the issues, and if you listen to Mr. Ojo's presentation and Mr. Obasi, I don't really think the issues holding us back are legal or regulatory. I think the framework is there. It's for the market participants to now use them. I must appreciate the coordinator of today, Business Day. I salute them. It's obviously a recognizable brand in the media space. And also, I must also appreciate all of the participants, particularly the representative of the MD of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, the Mr. Premier Oiwo, represented by Ugo, the speaker before me, who was able to give us the journey so far in terms of digital payments and the evolution of the digital innovation products in Nigeria. I was able to also leverage some of the information shared in his presentation to also let us know that it's a gradual progress that we're going to realize in contactless payment. Based on the persona of consumers, essentially, they tend to react to change. This is expected. So it's going to be, the progress in contactless payment is going to be gradual. As I mentioned, it might be best to look for
a niche in deploying contactless payments. And that niche essentially would ensure that maximum security experience, whereby even if your credentials has been compromised as a consumer or infringed upon, your funds can still be recovered. That will boost confidence before exposing contactless to other means whereby it is of a higher risk. That would be my personal advice to the industry.
A couple of things. First is we can no longer shy away from technology. It's a must. So what we need to do is to prepare, put our hearts in order, and be able to compete and ensure that technology is enhancing human behavior, is enhancing services, and of course, is improving our communication and engagement with business and the consumers of business. That's one. Two is that we have to realize that as a society, it as government or private sector, we need to look at how we can constantly improve the use of this technology. We can't shy away from it anymore. There's just no way we can run away. And so we have to embrace it, we have to prepare to adopt it, and we have to equip ourselves to be able to respond efficiently and effectively to the demands of technology. Those are the two things that I've taken away from here. And we are ready, the market is ready, the market is huge, and there are people here locally who are able to support the demands of this technology and the demands of service to ensure customers are receiving good experiences, and businesses are growing, and the economy is growing, and everybody is good for it.
So like I said before, collaboration, more user education is needed. More support is needed from an infrastructural point of view. And basically having events like this, basically is pushing more awareness out there of what we can do and of what's expected of us to do in the ecosystem.
There've been a lot I've learned, but my major takeaway is, I've been exposed to a lot of things regarding future of payments in Nigeria. Also I'm currently, building a business, a startup, and I've gotten an insight that can actually add on to my own startup that will actually help me thrive in my own industry.
The event ended on a high note with closing remarks from the Business Day Sunday editor Sebulon Agomo. Norma Obona, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.